Hello and welcome to Fantastic Dimensions. This is theoretically going to be a one-shot, kind of a spin-off on my Lamentations of the Flame Princess campaign. I've got a couple of new players here who haven't played Lamentations yet that were interested in playing. The regular campaign group all turned out to be unavailable today, so this will be a total spin-off at the moment. The two may tie together at a later time or may not. That all depends. We shall see when I get the rest of the group back. But yeah, so this time anyway, I've got a couple of people here playing rather unscrupulous treasure hunters. So I'll let you guys kind of introduce yourselves and your characters one at a time. We'll start with you, Marquise.
All right, hey everybody, I'm the bold of beautiful stereotypical Strider, also known as Marquise Hardis. Today I'm playing John Doe. He is a sociopathic specialist, simply here to find some treasure to survive a little bit better.
Very good. And John?
Hi, I'm John, Dr. Funlove TV. I'm playing Hawkwin, who is a magic user, bloodthirsty, power-hungry, sort of suave with a little panache. And he's on this mission to attempt to find some treasure, some magic items, anything that he can use to elevate his status in the world, because he is the best and he needs everyone else to know that.
Excellent. Yeah, very good. So, you guys have received some information through rather clandestine treasure hunter sources that there is a church outside of Dover that is rumored to be holding some kind of artifacts and relics, the nature of which you do not know. The rumors may or may not be true. The source is kind of unknown. It's very mysterious. You're not sure, but it's not too far away from the city in which you currently are kind of residing. So it wouldn't take you too far out of your way to at least go and check it out and have a look yourselves. Basically, just all that you know is that there's supposed to be some potentially ancient treasures within. Some perhaps holy, some perhaps not. The nature of them is pretty unknown at this time. And so we will just start off maybe with you guys kind of preparing for your journey. Just describe maybe the kind of visual description of your characters, if you like, and tell us just kind of what kind of stuff you're carrying along with you for this journey. So yeah, we can go in the same order if you want. Marquis, go first.
So John Doe is an exceedingly average-looking person. His face isn't really, handsome or ugly, just kind of there. His hair's brown and just a little bit shaggy, but it's also a little bit done, so it doesn't really stick out. There's a bit of stubble. He wears brown trousers, black boots, a brown shirt, and a brown coat, so it doesn't really stick out even with his garb. Slung over his shoulder is a pack, and in that pack he keeps several items such as rations and other things, so to make a journey a little bit comfortable, but he doesn't have things like a bedroll or a tent or anything like that. His man over here, Hawkwin, basically, the two of them probably wouldn't talk that much. John's not really big of a talker, though, he does listen a lot. So he's pretty much been probably traveling in silence the entire time. Every now and then he'll take out a cigarette. The fine paper is straight from Spain, so it's a little bit high quality stuff, but nothing too fancy or anything. He every now and then to give him something to do. You'll see him flick a match and all that, but pretty much he's a very average looking person. Nothing really special about him.
Okay. Well, we know that your equipment consists of rations, rolling papers, tobacco, and tinder sticks, so that's good to know. How about Hawkwin?
And Hawkwin, by contrast, is almost the exact opposite of John Doe. He's quite outlandish looking. He's long black hair tied in a ponytail, a ruffled shirt that's bright white, like it's been laundered consistently, bright teal coat with gold embroidery, silverly colored pants. He has around his waist a belt with a sword, looks like a thin rapier, and of course he has another part of his belt. He has a dagger that looks a little bit more used than the rapier does. He's busily putting his pack together, which has all the essentials of traveling along the road. He doesn't have a lot to his name since he was expelled from his little village that he had been cultivating for years. But as he sort of sits there, stands there and bemused in his mind about this information, he's a talker. Hawkwin is very talkative. He wants to talk. He wants to gab. He wants everyone to know how brilliant he is. And John Doe is almost the perfect traveling companion because he's a fantastic listener. And, of course, as Hawkwin finishes his pack and slings it around his shoulder, he claps John Doe lightly on the shoulder and says, "It's time. Feeling adventurous today, John?"
Not particularly, but if we get paid from it, I guess I will be.
Oh, come now, come now. If this information is even half as good as we think it is, we will be on the right track all the way to palaces in France and beyond. Can you picture it?
I'm not really interested in palaces in France, more like the next meal, but I mean, if they, you know.
Can you imagine eating on silver plates, my friend? Come.
You're very excited about this, I see.
You wouldn't. You have no idea.
He looks you in the eyes when your eyes get really wide like that, and he just kind of shakes his head and keeps on walking down the path.
I, of course, follow behind,
I would
close
say
at his heels.
you guys probably have managed to scrounge up enough money to hire a carriage to take you to the village. The carriage would normally take you to Dover, and you can pay a little bit extra for them to take you to the village outside of Dover where this church resides. Just to expedite the travel and not have to worry about using up too much of your traveling rations or anything along the way. When you do arrive, it is kind of late afternoon. The weather is typical English. It's been raining every 15 minutes. Basically, I should say maybe every 15 minutes it rains for 5. The temperature drops about 5 degrees Celsius, and then the rain clears up and the sun pops out, and then it warms up again, and everything starts to dry up just in time for it to start raining again 10 minutes later. Temperature-wise, what did I say? I'm trying to remember what time of year it was. I think we were in the spring, if I recall correctly. It's pretty mild anyway. The English weather is nowhere near as extreme as a lot of the weather we'd be used to in the United States of America. So, say it's probably around the 50s or so Fahrenheit for you guys. Okay. So it's just stopped raining again, and the sun is peeking out from behind the clouds and just starting to dry the ground once again as you roll into this little dirty old village. This village actually looks like it's from centuries in the past. It's actually very kind of old-fashioned. The houses are very old. The ground, you can see it's there's a lot of farming going on around the area. The ground's very well worked. You can see the church actually up on top of a hill. It looks like it's about maybe 3 stories tall in the tower itself, and the main building itself is probably two stories tall, from what you can see. And it looks extremely old. You have no idea, it's centuries old anyway. And currently there's not much activity going on up at the church because most of the people are down around the village finishing. A lot of the people are finishing up their day's work. Some people are traveling down to the kind of little, I guess you'd call it the common house, the public house, if you will, and for drinks and food and perhaps some smoke.
Now, Ian, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Was our informant kind enough to give us the information on whether this church is still in use by these locals, or is it abandoned, or is it just this is a church and there's stuff in it, go check it out?
Well, it didn't give you a lot of specific information about it, but you gather that it's still in use. Yeah.
Okay.
Just from the way he described it, it wasn't the old abandoned church or anything like that. No, it was just that there was a church in a village outside of Dover that's rumored to have lots of artifacts and relics and stuff in it. In fact, one of the rumors that I suppose he would have shared with you is that it's what's the word I'm looking for? It is suspected to actually be a Catholic church, which is not very common.
Okay.
and that they believe that that's where the treasure rumors come from, is that the
Old
church,
Catholic artifacts. Mm.
yeah, the church is keeping things there.
Gotcha. Yeah, could have gone all the way back to when the Protestants and the Catholics were really fighting it out, for example. So it could be really, really old artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And we've arrived in the town, yes?
You have, and as the carriage kind of pulls up and kind of lets you off at the edge of town, you don't have enough money for a return trip per se anyway, so he'll be just kind of leaving you here, and you'll be finding your own way out. You gather your things, your packs, whatever you're carrying along, and a lot of the locals are looking at you suspiciously, as they do, especially you, Hawkwin, because you stand out significantly, whereas John doesn't exactly blend in, but he doesn't he's not walking around with a big "Hey, look at me" sign on him. No fancy clothes or anything of that sort. So,
Quinn.
Well, as we step out the carriage, I'm gonna pat the door on my way out and wave to the driver. "Thank you, my good man. Thank you," and stroke my long and pointed chin as I look around the town.
Quinn, you really gotta get new clothes, man. And I indicate to all the people staring at us, I'm like, how are we supposed to always operate like this when you draw the attention of every Tom, Dick, and Harry in all of England?
Yes. Oh, fine. I will change at our next opportunity, if that will make you happy, my friend.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I look around, and when I see the common house.
Oh yeah, the public house stands out pretty. It's one of the best built buildings in the village proper. The public house, the pub, as it's shortened to, is a historical monument in just about every English town. So it's very important to the locals.
I look at Quinn and I say, "Oh, go ahead."
Oh no, I just say, I mean, you can see the smoke billowing out of the chimney, and you can probably smell whatever kind of stew or pie is being made for the day, and you can, as you get closer to it, you'll hear the sounds of conversation coming from within.
I look at Quinn and I say, "Let's go ahead and head over to the pub over there, see if we can learn anything about this church before we go looking in it."
Yes. Very well. We can go and walk and talk among the commoners. It's fine. After you, my good friend.
Stop looking at your nails so much. I don't think they're gonna like that.
Fine. I think I broke one on the way in. Fine.
Yeah. The public house in this village is called the Hog's Head. And on the sign, it's got like a big kind of boar's head, actually, with tusks and all, like as their sign. You get a real strong, smoky, peaty smell as you woke up, and you realize that they're burning peat in their fire. Gives it a nice, warm, home kind of feeling to it. It's pretty common in a lot of the pubs. To just add a little bit of atmosphere to the place. You walk in, it's not, we're not talking about a D&D kind of tavern thing. There's no bards or minstrels playing on a stage or anything like that. It's just people standing around or sitting at tables talking, eating, looks like some kind of a meat pie, and drinking a locally crafted beer. Actually, there's probably a couple of different kinds that are being drunk. There'd be a darker type and more of a lighter kind of ales type. The darker type resembling something more like a stout, perhaps. And the beers are not like what you'd be used to either in the States, Marquise. These are, they're very flat. There's no carbonation to the beer or anything of that sort. And they especially in this time period anyway, they would generally be served room temperature. They're not. There's no chilling or refrigeration or anything of that sort. But.
So John Doe looks around the room and everything. He notices the beer, but he's never been much of a drinker, at least of beer specifically. And there's a whole bartender, that whole deal going on.
Oh yeah, there's a barman behind the bar actually at the moment. And did you ever see the movie American Werewolf in London?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember the scene when they walk into the slaughtered lamb and everybody stops and looks at them?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that for a minute.
Well, not one that they'll call a scene. I turn and look the corner and I say, "Go to the bartender and ask these questions. Ask him about the church. Ask him the hours of the church. Ask him if there's anything weird about the church. I'll be sitting over there in that corner. And I
Are
point to
you,
one of the random corners.
I lean in to John Doe and it's like, are you sure we shouldn't be a little bit more circumspect about this?
Listen, if you want to do your whole charismatic flip-flop, verbal acrobatics, go ahead.
I thought I was supposed to be low-key.
All right, then be as low-key as you want. You do better with the people than I do.
Yes, I know. Give me a few minutes. I shall see what we can learn.
All right. And I go and I sit in one of the corners. Don't really order anything, just kind of smoke and watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most of the eyes follow Hawkwind anyway. They take note of the fact that you guys split up, and they do see that you sit in the corner. But most of them kind of keep an eye on Hawkwind. And people go back to their conversation uneasily a little bit at first, and then things start to get back to normal. I mean, it felt like a minute, but it was probably only 10, 20 seconds that everybody was quiet and looking at you guys, strangers arriving in town and all. So you figure this village can't have a population more than maybe 300 or 400 anyway, so it's not a very big place.
Where everyone knows everyone else's name.
Mm-hmm. There's a couple dozen people here anyway at the moment. Probably a few dozen, in fact. So yeah, in the tavern, the pub.
I'll approach the bar and lean into it just slightly and attempt to politely, as he can manage, get the bartender's attention.
Yeah. What do we have?
Oh, well, 2 of your finest, sir.
Ale or stout? They're both fine. Both right here.
I kind of pense for a second, stroking my chin. Stout would be fine, thank you.
Very well. I'd have taken you as more of a wine drinker myself, but he takes a couple of mugs out and he spits in one of them and he polishes them both out with his cloth and he starts to pull from the cask. He kind of pumps it with his hand as it pours into the mugs. Puts them up on the table.
Hawkwind sort of hides his disgust at that display behind his hand, wiping it away before he returns with a smile as the barkeep puts the beer on the table. Might I inquire about the old church in town?
Yeah, there's only one church.
Yes, the one on the hill, the spectacular-looking one.
It's been here over 1,000 years.
Yes, that's what I've heard. I am a bit of a historian, you see, and I have quite a keen interest in old buildings, and hence why I'm here today. And I know I must look a bit out of place, but it's because I'm coming from far, far away in London to come all the way here to this lovely village to see your beautiful church, but I haven't been able to find much information about it before I was able to come. Hence why I thought I'd ask you.
He says, well, it's just a church. Nothing strange about it. Nothing unusual. Just an old church. It's the only one we've got.
And I'm sure you all worship there regularly, yes?
Of course.
Well, being God-fearing is very important, especially in this day and age.
Indeed. That's going to be 6 copper for the brews.
Right. I look into my pouch, and I don't have any change, unfortunately, so I just pull out what I have, which is a silver piece, and I'm like, I only have a silver piece, my man. If I can just give that to you, and we'll call it a tab, perhaps, and I can come back and maybe have another one of your fine brews.
Yes, a tab. Would you like a kidney pie?
Sure, not wanting to refuse, and look even stranger in this town than he already does.
Okay, well, he says if you got another one of those silver pieces, I can send one over for your friend as well.
Surely, he's going to owe me the silver. Here you go, my good man.
Right. He says, here's your 4 copper change. He says, I'll send the pies over as soon as they're ready.
Thank you kindly. And I scoop this copper back into my pocket, and I take the brews back over to the table and sit down next to John Doe.
Cool. And let's. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say
Nope.
let's take a moment.
That's good. Take a moment to welcome our friend.
Jess has arrived, but yeah, I'll wait till it comes back. How are you, Jess? Can you hear me?
Think you might be on mute, man.
Yeah, you've got no sound.
We can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Right. Well, let's give him a minute to get
to sort out the technical
sound things worked out. Yeah. See what you can do about getting your microphone working. Not sure if you have a setting or something on there you got to change.
Check your options. It might not be set to your right camera if you have like multiple microphones.
Oh yeah, there's a settings tab at the top of the Hangouts, and you can maybe do. We'll let you know as soon as we hear anything, and then we'll introduce character.
I think he's restarting.
It's fine.
All right. So are we still going or what?
Yeah, we're gonna still go. So
all right.
Hockman walks back over to the table in the corner.
Yeah, and when he puts down the brews, I look up to him and I say, "You weren't supposed to buy something to drink and eat. You were supposed to get information."
Yes, I know what I was supposed to do. And if you want us to look even odder than we already do in this strange little town with these weird little people, we have to drink and have to eat at least a little bit. It's called blending in. I thought you were supposed to be the master of that.
Quinn, I think the one who needs to really blend in is you and not me.
Yes. Well, you don't see their eyes trying to bore into our very souls, do you? Strange little people. I know how these strange little people work, okay? I know. Just sip the beer, and I will tell you what I learned.
Quinn just kind of shakes his head like the hook, and he just picks up the ale. Tastes like piss.
It's a stout, so it's like really, really heavy.
Stout?
Thick. Yeah. So.
Oh, okay.
Oh God, so foul.
I think I've had yeast that's went down smoother, but
yeah. Well, anyway, the church, I've put in their minds that we are historians of a sort. Came to look at their little church, and apparently they still worship there quite regularly. And all they said was that it's a very old church, 1,000 years old, and it is not strange in any way, other than the fact that it's in this weird little town, the little minions running around, scurrying about their fields. But I digress. Apparently,
1,000 years old?
1,000 years old, yes. So these artifacts could be even older than we were led to believe.
You could even say, Hawkwin, that the way the man was so insistent that there's nothing unusual about it actually seems to almost imply quite the opposite.
Yes,
he was quite defensive about it, you said. You felt.
As he thinks back and tries to sip at the stout again, the image is running through his mind of the scene, omitting the fact that he was fantasizing about cutting the man open and playing around in his guts. He does realize, though, that it stuck out that he was just a little too quick to say that there was nothing wrong with the church. And as he puts the stout back down on the table, he leans into John Doe even more closely. He's like, now that I think about it, and I apologize for being so slow and dense not to notice the first time, but he was very quick to say that there was nothing odd about the church. And for something that's 1,000 years old, you'd think there'd have to be something, at least a little weird, about the church, right?
Yeah.
Even if it was just the story of mice tap dancing to church music. Yeah?
I think you're on the right track there, Quinn. I think what we ought to do is we ought to finish this meal that you unexpectedly bought for us. You need to buy yourself a room to stay the night, and then in the middle of the night we'll go to the church.
Very good. What are you going to do in the meantime? After we eat our meal, I'll go attend to our lodgings, and I will change so that I'm a little less conspicuous, even though I look fabulous.
We'll go up to the church, maybe have a prayer or something, look around while I'm up there.
Oh, it's great. It's a great idea. It's a great idea. I was never much of a praying man myself. Much more prefer the sight of people on their knees before me, not the other way around. But yes, yes, I will attend to that. Oh, wait. Here's our kidney pie. Shh, shh.
Yes, yes. And the barmaid, although she doesn't look like a maid at all, in fact, you think she's probably about the same age as the barman himself. Maybe a relation or maybe his wife, for all you know. She comes over anyway, and she puts down 2 tins in front of you with the pie crust on the top, and a very strong, meaty scent coming from it. And there's your pies.
Ah, thank you, my good lady.
Are you ready for another stout yet?
Oh, we are still working on ours. We are nursing it to wait to our fine meal to wash it down. I appreciate you asking, though.
Very well.
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
then walk away.
And I sort of stroke my hair and sort of jerk at my ponytail a little bit as the smile leaves my face. So Hawkwin is clearly having a bit of trouble maintaining his pleasantries in this quaint little village.
You don't like this place, do you?
I would like it a lot better if there was an abattoir. But that is not what we are here for, my friend. We are here for the church. Now, we should make a show of eating our kidney pie, and then I shall see to the lodgings. Yes?
I take a single bite. Like, it's such a small bite. Like, it would be too small for even a bird to eat. And then I put the fork back down, stand up, and leave the pub.
And as he does, I kind of just glare at him and go, I will just have to take it out of his share. Just to take it out of his share.
So you've got 2 kidney pies and basically 2 full stouts because he's hard to drink any of the beer either.
I look around. I'd like to look around the tavern. And you said that there's quite a few people in the tavern at the moment, yes?
Oh yeah, there was probably 36 people or so in here when you came in. And
do I see any
it's growing.
young people? Any young, perhaps scrawny, ill-fed looking folks floating around, perhaps? The kind of child that looks like they might know a thing or two if they could be properly induced to tell you.
Yeah, I mean everybody looks pretty well fed.
Mm-hmm.
This is a small village, farm people and stuff like that. A lot of them, so they're all pretty well fed. But yeah, you definitely see. Actually, there's a kid who's playing with some kind of toy that he's rolling around on the ground, and he's been watching you, kind of, strangely, keeping an eye on you.
Interesting. Keeping an eye on me in an intent manner, or in the kind of
in the curious manner.
You're an oddity that I've never seen. Okay,
yes.
So basically,
Allowed.
I get the sense that this is a normal child looking at me in a normal childly way. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. In fact, go ahead and make a wisdom roll for me.
First roll of the day goes to Hawkwin.
Roll a d20, and you want to roll your wisdom or lower.
Wisdom or lower, and then okay, so my wisdom or lower. Okay, that's backwards. Hold on. I'm so confused.
This is how we used to do ability checks a long, long time ago.
Yeah. Well, last time I did an ability check like this, I was probably the age of this child. That's a 14, so I need to roll a 14 or less then? That's correct?
That is correct.
And then one d20, yes?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Also.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Boom.
He looks an awful lot like a genetic splice between the barmaid, if you want to call her that, and the barman.
So it's I can make the leap then that it is their child.
Yes.
Mentally.
Yes, that's a pretty safe guess to make.
Well, I want to lean down. He's close to me. Yeah, he's relatively close to where I'm sitting. Yes.
Yeah, he's maybe about 15 feet away.
Okay, I'm gonna sort of just lean down like like you would when you were trying to look at a small child or perhaps a cat. I'm gonna just smile like this, kind of smile, just wave my hands a little bit.
Okay, yeah, he's starting to look a little creeped out.
And I'm going to just kind of put my hands over my mouth. Would you like some pie? I'm just going to mouth, would you like some pie? In his general direction.
Now he starts to look even more terrified. And he starts to step back away, and he clutches his ball close to his chest. And his mouth is moving, but no sound is coming out. He almost like he's going to scream or something.
I'm just gonna lean back and wave my hands, and I'm gonna take my pie, and I'm gonna be like, and just kind of take some of the pie in my mouth. I'm like, and I'm gonna be like, oh, it's good, it's good, it's good. Just kind of showing the kid that I love the pie.
Sure. Okay. Jess, do you have sound yet? Is your sound working?
Can you hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Boom. Welcome back,
Very
Jess.
good. Yeah,
There
it took
you
a
go.
while. I had to reboot. Sorry about that.
No worries.
No, it's okay. We talked a little bit about your character before, but I'm not. I don't need copies of characters today. I think I trust you guys all to be fair. So if you want, we can introduce your character into the scene shortly. And what I'll do, just to kind of expedite things and make it a little bit easier for you, because I think we started maybe about 20 minutes before you arrived, or 15 minutes before you arrived. We'll say that you are an associate of these other two. They're treasure hunters. So, perfect kind of adventurer, I think. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fantastic. So you want to hear about my character?
Just
let's do
give
that
me.
let's do that real quick.
Oh, you want to do that now? Okay. Yeah,
Let's
sure.
just do that
Go
real
for
quick,
it.
because then we can just, when he comes in, we don't have to stop again.
Yep.
Yeah.
No problem. Tell us about you.
Sure. Yeah, I'm a magic user named Hendrik the Scribe. Yeah, a little redundant perhaps. I travel with a trained dog as my assistant in my defense. I pose as a collector of knowledge and a scribe who collects documents for the church, so as to travel through the countryside unmolested.
That's actually good, because the cover that we're using in the town, just so you're caught up, Hawkwind has, who as you could tell is a little bit over the top, flamboyant, and dresses out of place against everyone else. They're posing as historians, kind of in the town to see this famously old church. So we're trying not to stand out of place. We're doing the best we can, but me and John Doe are not necessarily on the right side of sanity, so it's a little bit tricky.
All right. So yeah, not much more to it than that.
Sounds
if there's
good.
anything else you want to know, let me know.
Excellent. And just so you know, too, and this will make it a little bit more fun, too, you guys are all kind of associated. You're the three of you worked, have been talking about going on a treasure hunt together to try and, make some money and get out of the hubbub of just everyday city life. And as such, basically, Hawkwind and John over there, the other two characters. And what's your character's name, Jess? You said Hendrik, was it?
Hendrik,
Cool.
the scribe.
Okay. So Hawkwind and John basically got the message, and you weren't present at the time when they got it, and they left without you.
But who left a note behind, perhaps?
That's up to you. Did you leave a note behind? Do you want to
Hawkwind might be crazy, but at least with his associates, who he feels people who are at least near his level, he at least tries to be slightly courteous. So I think he would have left a very meticulously, beautifully written note on beautiful parchment, something that Hendrik could appreciate. He really wants to play that up to Hendrik, who poses as a scribe. So he'd want to play up his penmanship skills to him, just to prove that he's good, and leave that behind so he knows to catch up with them.
That makes my job even easier then, because you can then tell Hendrik what it says in your note.
Very good. I'll just narrate that then real quick for us.
Yes, please.
Sure. Dearest Hendrik, my apologies. We had to leave you in Dover, but an opportunity came up that we could not pass up. Please catch up with us in little town described below. You will know it by a magnificently decrepit and horrible little church on a hill. We have also made arrangements with the local carriage driver to take you to it as well, should you behoove yourself of their services. Signed, dearest yours, Haken.
Fantastic. Very helpful.
Excellent. So that will quickly explain why Hendrik is showing up a little bit behind Hawkwind and John. We will call. We got to give this town or this village a name.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know if I had just forgot it or you hadn't said it.
No,
so
I never actually said it.
I've
been using the wrong name all along through my campaign talking about it. But we will simply call it Oh, why not? Let's call it Dunwich.
Dunwich. Yeah. That kind of has an ominous feel to it, doesn't it?
That's what I was going for.
Yeah, I
The
like
Dunwich
it.
Horror.
Exactly.
Is that what maybe the name of the session is? I hope not.
No, it's not a session, don't worry.
That used to be my night. That's be my night. I can imagine Hawkwind dying to the Dunwich Horror. He's like, oh, I knew this. Oh.
So the kid starts to kind of now step forward again. He no longer looks like he's going to scream for his mother or father. And he's looking at you curiously as he walks forward. And Jess, just so you know, whenever you want to make an entrance, just feel free to walk into this pub called the Hog's Head.
Or to run into John outside, because again,
Or
he
yeah,
can leave
you
the
can
town.
do that too if you wish.
Yeah.
John has just walked outside. So the kid starts to step forward to you, Hawkwind, and says, you really like the pie?
And I look at him like, yes, I do. It's quite marvelous. Did you make it, or your mother?
My sister made it, but
Oh, your sister made it. Oh,
I think it's yucky.
Oh, well, come here, closer, closer, closer. I want to whisper this to you. I don't want your sister or anyone else to hear.
He starts to tiptoe forward.
I don't think it's very good either, but it's always polite, especially with the ladies, to make them think that it's the most delicious thing you've ever eaten. Wouldn't you say, my dear boy?
I don't like kidneys. Blech.
Oh, yes, they taste so bad when they've been cooked. I mean, yes, they just taste most foul. Most foul.
He
At
says,
this
"You know-"
point, I'll enter.
Okay. So
So
Hendrik walks in. Yeah, go for it.
that's right. With a dog at my side, and I look at the people around to see if that's okay. I say,
Yeah.
"Oh, Hawkwind, I see you're making friends as usual."
Yes, yes, my dear boy. Look, this is my very good friend, Heinrich. Heinrich, this is my very good friend,
Tommy. My name's Tommy.
Tommy. This is my very good friend, Tommy. Tommy, let me ask you a question.
Yeah? What?
Do you like dogs?
Yeah, is he friendly?
Yes, Heinrich's friend over here is the most kind and scruffy dog you'll ever meet.
What kind of dog is he, Jess?
He's a roughly shepherd dog with a mottled gray and black coat. Pretty kind eyes, very attentive.
Okay, and he is friendly to the child if the child walks
Very
up.
friendly to the child.
Cool.
I tell him, "Go ahead, child. You can pet him." And I believe if you really don't want your kidney pie, he would be grateful for some.
Well, you do have a second one in front of you, Hawkwind.
Yes, Heinrich. Yes, please. John was not very hungry after I paid for his kidney pie. Please help yourself. It's only money, of course.
There's a full mug of stout there as well.
Yes.
All
Get
right.
drunk on me, please. Go for it, as they say. Once more onto the breach.
All right. Well, I begin to eat quite appreciatively because it's been a long journey, and I'm traveling in the poor manner of a monk.
Okay, yeah. Actually, like the kidney pie is not all that bad. If you like that kind of thing, I'm quite fond of a kidney pie now and then if they're cooked right. It's pretty salty, you figure, but that's probably
He
because
only likes kidneys one way, splayed out on his table as he's
Yeah.
reading into them and seeing the signs.
creepy. But yeah, it's pretty salty, which you figure is probably to cover the fact that it's not entirely fresh, but
Mm,
but the gravy is rich and it's quite edible.
mm.
Um,
All right.
And now the boy is stroking the dog now, yes?
yes, he is. He's rubbing him behind the ears. Like, oh, good doggy.
Ah, yes. Oh, Tommy, let me ask you a question, Tommy.
Yeah.
I was come to this town. As you can see, I'm not from around here, and
Yeah.
me and
that's
my
the
friends.
story.
Yes, I know. I'm strange, aren't I? Well, I am historian.
You're dressed like a lady.
Ah, yes, exactly right. But as you might not know, men do dress this way in the bigger parts of the world. Do you know about the bigger parts of the world, the cities?
Like Dover?
Yes, like Dover.
Yeah, I went to Dover once when I was little.
Ah, yes, you are a well-traveled young man, so then you might have seen others like dressed as I.
Yeah, there were lots of ladies wearing shirts like that.
Exactly, exactly. Lots of ladies, and I'm sure there were gentlemen who perhaps were less well dressed, but maybe they had some ruffled shirts at the very
Well,
least.
if they had long hair like yours, they might have looked like ladies and not been ladies. That's true.
Ah, there you are. Yes, you're a smart, bright young man. You are. Yes, you are.
Why do
Let
you
me
dress
ask.
like a lady?
Well, let me say that this is quite fashionable right now. It's a little
What's
bright, I
fashionable
know.
mean?
Fashionable. It means to be well dressed. Do you know what it means to be well dressed?
Oh, like wearing warm clothes when it's raining.
Yes, or like wearing good clothes when you go to church.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Your Sunday go to meeting clothes. Yeah.
Yes, 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 exactly. That's what being fashionable is all about, my young man. And that is what this is all for. Being
You wear
fashionable.
that to church?
Well, when I go to church, I might perhaps wear something a little darker colored, let's say, a little less bright. Yes, don't want to, try to take the attention away from God. God is, of course, the most important thing when you go to church.
He looks over at Hendrik and says, "Does he know it's Tuesday?"
Who, Hookwin?
Yeah. Why is he wearing his church clothes on Tuesday?
Well, he prefers to live as if every day were in service to the Lord. He's a very pious man, you see.
Oh,
Uh,
like a priest.
That's correct. However, we also do the work of the Lord in less official ways. We're traveling here in order to collect some of your history so that we can share your customs to the world.
yes, we
Oh,
are historians, as I said, my young man, historians.
wow, you guys are the most interesting people I've seen in months.
Really? You've seen more interesting people than us recently, have you? Someone that dressed even better than I?
Well, there were some knights that passed through here a few months ago. Yeah, they
Really?
weren't dressed like you. No,
Oh, of course not.
they were very manly.
Oh, yes, yes, of
They
course, as knights have to be.
they
Yes,
had
yes.
armor and swords and big, beautiful
Mm.
horses.
Oh, horses. Why were there knights passing through this little town? Were they here to see the church as well?
No, I think they were traveling to one of the orphanages nearby or something. I don't know. They were passing by on some
Mm.
kind of business.
Oh, well, right, right, right. That's very interesting, Tommy. Very interesting. You're very well informed, young man. You know that.
Well, yeah, my mom always tells me I'm very smart.
Indeed, she is right as rain. She is right as rain.
One day when I'm older, this is going to be my bar. My
Oh,
pub. Sorry, my pub.
well, when you're a bit older, I shall have to come back and see if you've changed the menu at all, gotten rid of this kidney pie. Kind of tapping the little lad on the back as I say that.
Oh yeah, definitely going to get rid of the kidney pie. Yeah.
Hey, Tommy, let me ask you a question. Being a smart young man like you are, uh, I was wondering about the church. I've not read very much about it since all I know is that it's quite old and you are all very quite pious about it. But you find anything to be interesting about the church, like the knights, perhaps?
Oh well, yeah. The knights all they did stop by the church and spent the night there. They all slept in the church, and
Did
that's
they?
usually when knights pass through. They do, yeah.
Oh.
Um, but yeah, yeah. It's it's a beautiful church. Mom and Dad tell me it's very, very old,
Hmm.
but it looks pretty old, doesn't it?
Oh, it looks veritably ancient. It could always have been here.
I think it's even older than my mom and dad.
Oh, certainly so. Certainly so. Many, many, many years older.
Oh
Let
yeah.
me let me ask you a question. When the knights slept in the church, when they emerged, they seemed perfectly all right after spending a night in the house of the Lord.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yes,
They were.
bright as rain. They seemed quite refreshed. I'm sure.
Oh yes. They always do whenever they stay at the church.
Interesting. Eh?
It's a holy place.
It's very holy.
Father Bacon, he's a very nice man. He's actually the leader
Mm.
of the whole village. You know that?
No, I didn't know that. Father Bacon. I have not met him yet.
Oh yeah.
Where would Father Bacon be today? at this hour?
Oh, he'll be at the church. He's always there. He lives there.
Very good. Very. He's day and night then. Yes.
Oh yeah, he has an open door policy. He says, we can come there to pray anytime, any day, any night.
Anytime, day, and interesting. Very good.
If he's not up, then somebody else will be looking after church. He has a few boys there who help him.
Boys, does he?
Oh yeah, Timmy. Timmy's my age. He's 8 too. And then there's Barney and Freddie. They're a little bit older.
Barney, Freddie, Billy. Very good. Thank you. I'll have to go and meet these young men. They sound perhaps not quite as bright as you, but they do sound very pious.
Yeah, they live in the church too. They're good boys for the most part. Although sometimes Freddie likes to push me around, but usually
does he?
Yeah.
Well, why does he do that, Tommy?
Well, he's 11. He's a lot older.
He's 11 and he's a lot older. Oh.
Yeah. And sometimes he gets mad when me and Timmy follow him around. He doesn't want little kids chasing him all the time, he says.
Well, what business is he about that's so important that he can't have two young men like yourselves following on his good example?
Mommy tells me that's just the way boys are. She says I'll be that way too when I get to be older.
Well, you, my friend, when you get older, you shall be much, much better. You have a mind, you see, and as mind is a terrible thing to waste, you should never waste your mind. Remember that, Tommy.
No, I'm going to have a pub, and he's just got that old church.
Exactly. And what happens if Father Bacon never leaves the church? What if he lives as long as the church? Then he never gets the church.
Well, I don't think I don't think Freddie is gonna be a priest like Father Bacon. And at this point, the barmaid has walked over and she says, "Tommy, stop wasting this man's time. Go. You're meant to be washing the dishes with your sister in the back. Move along now. Yes, that's enough."
Well, as Tommy gets, pulled away to his errands, I sort of wave to him as he goes by, and
says, "Very sorry about that, sirs."
Oh, please. He's a very, very sharp young man. We appreciated the company. Again, as you know, we're new to town, and it's good to get to know you all.
She says, "How about you?" And she looks at Hendrik. She says, "What'll you have?"
Well, I've been lucky enough to have the generosity of Hawkwin to keep me, and I'm but a simple man. I need nothing more. Thank you.
Where's the other fella? He didn't like his pie or the beer.
He did love it, but he then realized that he had to go out back. I believe he had to use the facilities, as it were.
Oh, it made him sick, did it? Well.
No. You see, my friend, he gets sick when he travels by the cart, you see. Turns his stomach all around, something fierce.
Ah, well, yes, cart travel, I can understand that.
Yes.
Rich folks from the city get up to all kinds of strange business. Serves them right, I say.
Well, I will let him know that you had some kind words to spare for him.
This is just a simple town with simple folk.
Yes, quite simple.
Like another pie? I see you finished yours.
I'm quite well, thank you.
Another stout, then?
I actually do believe that me and my friend need to leave at this very moment to go find our other friend to make sure he hasn't fallen into a pail or something.
Oh, very well, then. Come back if you get thirsty.
I nod my head, and as she turns, I just kind of glare at her a little bit.
Yeah. She walks away.
I put my hand in my head, rub my fingers across my pointed nose. I turn to Heinrich and say, "I need to be out of this place, but unfortunately, I just recalled that John wanted me to change my attire. Apparently, I stand out."
Oh, he does. He's dressed very flamboyantly.
Yes, I have just so you know, Jesse, Hawkwin's wearing a bright teal coat with a gold embroidery ruffled shirt, and his hair's very long, black, and held in a ponytail, and that's why the little boy was wondering why I was dressed sort of femininely. I'm dressed like I'm as if I'm in court somewhere in Paris.
Yes,
I'm a little. I appear dandified, essentially.
Yes, perhaps something a little bit more in the local color would be advisable.
Yes. But I just want to be bathed in the local color, the color of their blood, just all over my face. Oh. Anyway, I will go to see to some lodgings for us, and I will change. Why don't you go and find John and make sure he hasn't, I don't know, killed somebody, and we shall meet up in a few, yes?
Okay. And perhaps when we have a more private orders, we can discuss anything of value you may have learned from our young friend.
Yes. We can come up with a plan. Let John know, as I put my hand around my mouth to whisper to you, let John know that he should not wander too close to the church just yet. We need to discuss some details.
Okay. So I go outside, take the dog with me, always at my side, go say hi to John.
John, where have you
John by this time would have already went to the church.
Okay, so John has gone to the
And
church.
Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh.
Okay, as you walk up to the church, you can see. Let me see if I can pull up an image of the church here real quick. I'm not sure if I. As you're out walking, John, it's it's getting into the early evening hours now, and the sun has disappeared behind a cloud, and it's raining again. The damn English weather, and there's only a few people out and about now, and they just kind of look at you suspiciously as you walk through town. But you kind of expect that kind of treatment, just being a stranger in town.
And I meet none of their eyes or anything like that. I just keep almost like single-mindedly going forward towards the church.
Yeah, these are small town folk, so. My search engine does not want to cooperate. This is probably causing all kinds of lag on my connection as well. Okay, well, anyway, we don't need an image of the church.
We have the power of our imagination.
Like I said, it's a very, very old building. As Hawkwin and Hendrik now know, the church is over 1,000 years old. It's been here for a very long time. It's quite dark as you approach, but you can see there is a little bit of light coming through some of the windows on the ground floor.
All right. So
when you come up to it, let me just find here, see if there's anything in particular that I need to tell you for descriptive purposes. Yep, there are 3 doors actually on the front. It's kind of, it's got like a 3-faced kind of angular kind of foyer, as it were, and each face has a door. All 3 of them are reinforced heavy wood. Looks like they're probably designed for protection. They have really heavy, complicated locks on them. So as you approach, if you check though, you'll find that they are not locked currently.
So, as I would approach, ascend the steps and everything, I look around. I would look to see if there's like any people kind of like lingering around the church or heading up towards this way or anything like that.
Nope. You know yourself that it's Tuesday. It's not exactly a big holy day or anything of that sort. So it's probably just a pretty quiet day at the church. You don't see anybody lingering around the church. You do see, as you're facing the church on your left side, there's a very simple, non-walled cemetery. There's lots of gravestones and markers and stuff there, but there's no walls around or anything of that sort.
So my eyes linger for a second on the cemetery before I look back to the door, and what I would imagine would be with some like great creak, I would push open the doors and step inside.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. And as you kind of step in, the doors creak, and you realize right away on the other side that the doors are capable of being barred from the inside as well. You figure it's not necessarily, especially in a building this old, it's not necessarily unusual. It's just, it's made for protection. This is probably the largest, well, it's definitely the largest, and this would probably be the building that everybody would run to in case of an emergency, For example, if like the Vikings were raiding or if the French were attacking or anything of that sort, But yeah, As you go in, then you're in kind of the entrance foyer there. And let me just see, it's about 35, 40 feet across from you, and at its widest point, it's about 30 feet wide. The point where you're standing right now, it's about 20 feet wide. It opens up a bit more as you walk in. And you can see straight up ahead, you can see kind of like towards the main nave of the church, as it were. You can see the pews and everything up ahead, and quite a ways up ahead, you can kind of see the raised altar area.
So I start walking into the church. Every footstep I have is like a creak on the wood. You can hear the rainwater kind of dripping off of me and everything. And I'm looking around to see if there's any of the priests or any of the, people like that, around the church, and open sight.
You do see a man standing up near the altar, in fact. Let's see, do I have a physical description, or will I just make one up? You can see he is dressed in the cloisters. You know what I mean? He's definitely the authority figure here in the church. He let's just check here. He's a very kindly looking man. He's got a white kind of robe, almost like thing, kind of on underneath of the actual like cloth that he wears over at the I don't know what you call that thing that the priests wear, but the overcloak, as it were. Big heavy cross hanging down from his neck. He's wearing decent looking shoes. He looks to be probably approaching middle-aged. He's got a big smile on his face, and he's looking in your direction, and he's slowly kind of walking up between the pews.
Father, I say as I approach him, I understand that it is not a day of ceremony. I understand that it is late at night, but I have come to confess.
He says, "No, my son," he says, "please, you're always welcome here. My doors are always open." He says, "You're not from around here."
I am not, Father. From where I come from, there are few religious. There are many sinners, which is why I've come here. I've heard about your great church.
You must come from one of the cities, yes?
Yes, Father.
And he leans toward you and whispers, he says, "I'm sorry, my son, but are you Catholic?"
I thought this was, wait, out of character. Was this? I thought I heard this was a Catholic church.
This is a Catholic church, but it's
okay.
It's like incognito, right?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. See, that's what I was saying. I just wanted to make sure that I was kind of asking that in the sidebar to see.
Catholicism is not the
it's not in vogue.
accepted religion.
Yeah. Okay. I was just making sure I didn't hear wrong, because this would be really awkward if I did.
No.
Okay.
It is a Catholic church, but it's very much disguised as an Anglican church.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Cool.
So as he says that, I would nod my head and say, "Yes, Father, I am."
He says, He says, "Do not worry, son. You're amongst friends here." And he winks. And he says, "Yes, well." He says, "Come up here." And he takes you through the pews, and then on the left side he has confessional booths. And so you step into one, and he steps into the other. You know the scene. You've got the little screen kind of thing between you. It says, "The Lord will hear your confession, my son."
Father, I must confess to the. It's hard for me to say, Father. Just give me one moment. And my head kind of lowers just a bit beneath the screen, and I kind of do like a fake sobbing sound, like a, and I kind of lean back up and everything. I had the rain on my face, so it actually kind of looks like I was crying. My eyes are red, and I say, "Father, I've been a great sinner. I have robbed, I've fallen into envy, I've taken from the poor and the rich to give to myself. I've been a bad man, Father."
He says, "Well, all sin may be forgiven by the grace of the Lord."
But, Father, I believe my sins are too much, Father, even just for something simple like this. No, I've come to your church for a very special reason, Father. I believe that only here only a place as holy and as old as this can my sins be properly forgiven. I've been told, Father, that there's something special here that will help me.
He says, something special here? Well, the Lord is here, my son, and there's nothing more special than that.
This is true, but I was told that there was a fragment of Christ, a relic, something for me to pray to directly that can cure all sins, Father. That can abolish me of my evil ways.
Well, this is a holy place. This is a church of God. You confess your sins here, and they shall be forgiven. This I can promise you, my son.
And as he says that, I did bring my pack in with me. I start to slowly kind of rifle through it, and my hand reaches in, and it wraps around the handle of the garrote inside. And I say, Father, I do not believe that my sins... I do not believe that simple prayer and confession is enough to save me, Father.
He says, perhaps then you should come and pray at the altar. Pray before the crucifix itself.
Mm-hmm. And I nod and I say, Father, I do believe that would be most wise. And what I'm doing is before I get out of the confession booth, since I have my huge coat and everything, I kind of sling the pack back over my shoulder, and I've kind of like, as sneakily as I can, pull out the garrote, and I just kind of have it like tied around my belt and hidden by my coat as I step out.
Yeah, that's no problem. You can do that easily. As you kind of step over to the sanctuary itself, so there's a railing in front of the altar that separates the congregation from the stairs that lead up to the crucifix.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The figure on the crucifix hanging from the ceiling is especially pained and contorted, a truly hideous visage to remind all those who see it of the great sacrifice that Christ made for them. Okay? This is an extremely lifelike almost looking depiction of Christ on the cross.
I look up to it. Go ahead.
And Father Bacon says, this cross was brought to England after one of the Crusades. I feel that it represents Christ's love and sacrifice more than the less grotesque examples that you find throughout most of England. You can also see that there are long black curtains hanging from the ceiling that cover the walls here, kind of behind and to the left and right of the crucifix. Yeah, and so here you are. He says, please, he says, kneel in prayer here with me.
So I look upon the great cross, as he said, this very storied ancient thing from the Crusades. I feel absolutely nothing, but I say, I think I feel more at peace right now, Father. And is he kneeling, in the prayer and everything?
Oh yeah, he is there right beside you.
Okay. So as he's kneeling for prayer, I kind of look down at him, and then I look over at the cross and the black curtains, and I'm trying to see if there's anything kind of off about these black curtains as I slowly kneel down to pray.
I would like you to make a wisdom roll. Roll a d20. And what is your wisdom score?
My wisdom score is 13, I think, or 10. I can't really read it.
13 or 10. I'm sorry, I actually have your character sheet right here for me. Your wisdom's a 10, yeah.
Alright, so I need to roll a 10 or lower.
I have his character sheet just because he's using a pre-gen that I made, just so you know.
Right. So I rolled an 11.
An 11.
Ooh! Oh!
Yeah, you don't really catch anything about the curtains, but you swear that the eyes on the cross almost follow you. It's like he's looking right into you.
So, I've kneeled down on
It's
one
rather
knee and
unnerving.
everything. Mm-hmm. And I feel these eyes following me on the way down, and it's not that I feel like I'm disturbed because of the whole religion and everything. I'm disturbed because the fact that the eyes are following me is just giving me this primal instinct that's kicking in now, kind of like, the hairs on the back of my neck are rising. And I say, Father, I feel as if Christ is watching me right now. And I reach into my coat and I grab the garrote's handle again.
He says, and he kind of leans up from his prayer and he puts his hand on your back and he looks at you in the eyes. He says, he is, my son. He is always watching you, but never more intently than right now.
Father, I have a question for you before I begin this prayer.
Yes, my son, anything.
Is there anyone else in the church right now?
Well, yes, Timmy and Freddie and I think, geez, I forgot the other boy's name. Sorry, he names 3 boys anyway.
And
They
for a
should all be
second,
around here. Timmy, Freddie, and Barney are around, helping out around the church. And other people do come and go for same purposes as you have tonight. You never know.
For a second, I freeze, and in my mind, I'm thinking if what I was planning on doing is wise or not with other people, especially children in the church. And I look back up to the cross, and I see the eyes, or at least in my mind, they've been following me. I look back down to the curtains and everything, and I say, before I do this prayer, would it be okay for me to touch the cross, Father, for me to feel the divinity?
To touch the cross. Well, I suppose it shouldn't hurt anything. Just be gentle. It's very old.
Mm.
And he stands with you.
I stand and I move forward. I reach out to touch the cross, and at that moment, it seems like my ankle just kind of gives out, and I kind of just, I kind of fall to the side like this, and in order to stabilize myself, I want to grab one of the curtains and kind of pull on it as I fall.
Okay. So you kind of fall down there and pull down one of the curtains. And behind the curtain, you see, let's see, you're going to say you grab the one on the left. All you see is just, there's just a door. Yeah, it's just a wall and a door at the corner on the left side there.
Mm. So
and
I
he
fall.
He starts immediately trying to help you. Oh, he said, "Are you okay?"
And the curtain's kind of falling all around me, kind of like a blanket. I'm kind of struggling with it, and I finally get it off. And I'm clearly having more trouble than a man of my size and everything should. And I stand and I say, "Yes, Father. Sometimes my ankle it's bad. It's a scar from the city." And I turn and I look at the door and I kind of say, I nod to it in my head and I say, "Father, is," and I kind of look back to him and I don't finish my sentence. I just kind of look at him.
He says, "Yes, my son."
Where are the three boys? Are they sleeping right now?
I very much doubt it. You know how boys are.
Yes.
It's only the early evening after all.
Do you think, Father, where I come from, it's, how do I say this? To have more than one priest, even if they're just priests in training, acolytes and apprentices, to have them pray with you, it's kind of a sign of devotion. It shows to God that you're really trying to repent for your sins. Do you think you could get them for me?
He says, "Well, I could certainly try. They're probably having their dinner right about now. Come with me." And he kind of takes you down the stairs. He tries to lead you down the stairs away from the altar and away from the cross, back down into the main nave of the church.
Let me roll a d6 before I say what I want to do.
A d6 for what? Okay.
I'm saying it's basically even I do this, an odd I don't do it, and I rolled an even number. So as he turns around, I'm following him towards the stairs and everything. I also want to reach down to him.
He's trying to kind of hold your arm because he thinks your ankle has gone bad. He's trying to help you.
Oh, okay. He's holding my arm.
He's right.
All right, that's fine. So I give him my right arm because I'm left-handed and everything, and then I kind of slowly kind of move my hand into my coat and everything. And instead of grabbing the garrote, this time I'm grabbing the handle of the dagger because I figure for what I gotta do now, it's gonna require just a bit more than the garrote when we get down here. So I kind of let him lead me and everything, and my hand's kind of sitting at my side, kind of like it looks like it's like stuck on like a belt loop or something.
And what do you think you need to do now exactly?
Well, sometimes, it's easier to learn secrets through more traditional methods Through more Spanish methods, one
Hold
could
on, I'm
say, given
lagging
the
out.
time frame. Okay.
Sorry, I was typing something in the chat, and when I do that, it seems to cause a lot of lag on my end. What are you doing? Sorry, say again.
I'm not actually doing it yet. I'm just preparing to do it because in his mind, in John's mind, there's something off about this whole situation, and he thinks sometimes the only way to really learn secrets is to do things through a more, Spanish style,
Okay.
asking questions.
So he's leading you down the stairs. You get your hand on the dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can I interject?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was just wondering if me and Heinrich could interject at this point in the scene. It seems like it's been some time since we lost sight of each other.
It has been a good amount of time.
So I'm thinking
at this time though, I would say Hakwin, you're supposed to be securing lodgings or trying to.
Right, and I figured that probably would have taken all like 3 seconds to just put down more of my failing silver and say I have a door.
You'd be mistaken though.
Okay.
Because there are no lodgings. It's not a tavern. It's not an inn.
Okay, so there's nowhere for me to stay then.
So they would simply try to get you to talk to different villagers to see if you could rent some space from them.
Okay, so...
But Hendrik, on the meantime, has gone looking for...
He did. That's true, he did.
John.
Correct. So I'm fucked off.
not to cut your balls off or anything, but what I would say is that Hendrik can show up right now.
That works. I just wanted to interject. Somebody should try to rein this in.
And Hakwin could show up in a little bit.
After you guys have been disemboweled, probably, yes.
So, Hendrik, if you want, you can walk into the church around this time.
Sounds good to me.
Because Hakwin told you to make sure that John doesn't go to the church just yet. John was nowhere to be seen, so you figure he must have gone straight to the church.
Yeah. I'm going to say that Hakwin's done fucked up a little bit. Oh, well.
That's okay.
Shit happens.
So as the priest is walking you down the stairs, John, the doors open at the front of the church, which is that's a long ways away from where you are now anyway. It's a good nearly 100 feet away. And Hendrik, your friend from Dover, is walking in at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And so Hendrik, you would see this priest kind of helping John down the stairs as he kind of is walking gingerly, faking a limp.
Got it. So my dog is at the door. I leave it outside out of respect for the church. And say, "Oh, John, that's where you've gotten off to. Working so hard."
My eyes meet your eyes, Hendrik, and you get this death glare as my hand comes off the dagger and just kind of falls to my side and everything. And then suddenly it fades away, and John gives a smile, a very uncharacteristic smile, and he says, "Ah, Hendrik, I'm glad you could finally catch up with us today. Father, this is my good traveling friend. He's also a devout Catholic, much the same as I."
Pleasure to meet you, sir. Us? There's more?
Yes, there's one more. He was down, we were at the pub earlier today. We had to eat. It was a very long trip to get here, you see.
From where did you say you traveled from?
Dover.
Oh, well, it's only a 15-minute ride, an hour by foot. But yes, of course, I understand.
And I look back to Hendrik. I say he was going with me to go get the little priest, the acolytes and the apprentices, so that way we can have a rousing prayer for forgiveness before the altar. Will you join us, John? I'm sorry, Hendrik.
Yes. It seems only respectful to honor this great church, to atone for our sins.
He says, "Yes, Master Hendrik, your friend here has injured his ankle. He fell at the altar. And, if you could just sit here with him," and he puts him down at the front pew, "and I will go see if I can get the boys together, and we will all pray together."
Yes, I'll get him seated. I take him over to a pew.
Okay, and then he goes, and he rushes up, and he tries to put the curtain back up, but he just can't. It's going to need a ladder. It's going to need work, and he's like, oh. He just leaves it down, and he walks through the door and closes the door behind him.
Hendrik, I think there's a door or there's something behind every curtain. Check it out with me. And I get up, and before, I wanna be kind of listening for the priest coming back. but I also want to run up to the curtains and kind of look behind all of them with Hendrik.
Okay, well, there are 3 curtains kind of at an angle.
Mm-hmm.
So you pulled down the one on the left angle, and that revealed a door in the left corner.
Mm-hmm.
The one at the back reveals nothing, just the wall there behind the crucifix itself. And Hendrik, you get a good view of this creepy-ass crucifix now. Very lifelike. Seems like the eyes follow you. And then on the right side, you see there's another door just in the right corner. So same kind of thing, like a mirror almost, the other.
So in the right corner, there's a door?
Yes, there is.
Okay. All right, well, while we're looking around, I try to quietly grab something, maybe a spare Bible or something that they have lying around, and prop it up against the door that the guy went through, so we'll hear him coming back.
Yep, okay, no problem.
And that way, I know we can have some warning to get back to the pew.
Are we all still alive then? I'm sorry, I stepped away for a minute.
Oh yeah, everybody's still alive.
Shocking. I really thought I was going to come back and half the party was dead already.
Back to, just for a moment, back to Hawkwind.
Oh, hey, I had an idea while I was stepping away about that.
Yeah.
So I'm soliciting villagers, yes, to kind of put me on a floor or maybe a broom closet or whatever for the night, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, so as Hawkwind is sort of is he being led through the town by somebody? Perhaps the boy or whatever.
No, it's basically just around the common room of the pub. There's now, like earlier when you first came in, there's about maybe 30 odd people here.
Okay.
There's
Gotcha.
now probably 80 people in here.
Oh wow. Okay. So
it's hopping.
Hawkwind would like to find the most physically appealing, clean-looking people in the room, and that's who he wants to single out here to try to see if they have any space, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, right. Well, aside from the barkeep and the barmaid, who are the cleanest people probably in here,
we hope.
Find another relatively clean-looking farmer.
A male or female?
Male.
Male.
Yep.
Okay.
He says, "Yeah, what can I do for you?"
Well, I've been told that there's not a proper place to stay in this town, an inn or such, and I was told by the kindly bartender that perhaps I should ask around, see if anyone had a spare room or perhaps a place that I could stay for the night.
Right. Well, there's nothing improper about all that. This isn't some dirty, filthy, villainous city or anything of that sort with their horrible dens of
iniquity.
Filth.
Yes, absolutely. Totally agree with you. That's why I'm trying to find an honest man to put me up for the night, as they say.
Well, we got plenty of room in the loft of the barn, if you wish.
A loft in the barn would work lovely, thank you. And is it just yourself staying at your abode, or should I introduce myself to the missus as well?
Well, I'd appreciate if you left my missus alone, and my 3 sons and my daughter.
Understood, absolutely.
No offense, of course, you understand.
Of course, yes. I'm not from
There's a
around
reason
here.
I don't bring them to the public house.
Yes. Understood. Yes, very good. Yes, and of course, I would, of course, give you recompense for your trouble as well.
No, that won't be necessary. He says, we're good Christians here. He says,
praise be to the Lord, of course.
Won't leave you sleeping out in the rain.
Yes, that's too
I hope
kind.
you don't mind the smell of horses and cows.
Well, your whole good village smells of horses and cows, good sir. It's a very invigorating country smell, yes. Hawkwind, of course, is trying to hold the bile down in his throat at the moment, but he's managing.
Yes, well, okay, very well. He says, I can show you where it is if you like.
Yes, please, that'd be lovely. As you can see, my clothes are not really fit for the town. I wanted to change into something a little bit more proper, put my hands to my my two hands to my face, and it's almost as if I'm bowing to God.
Oh, you are a strange one. Well, anyway, he says, the Lord does not judge, and nor shall I.
That's very kind of you. The Lord is a very understanding person.
Yes. Well, come along then, and he takes you out. So, we'll just skip beyond all that, but he takes you and shows you basically where his kind of farmhouse is, right on the edge of the village. It's fortunately pretty conveniently located, relatively close to the public house and the church.
Very good. Very good.
Yep. And then he goes back to the public house. There's no key necessary. The barn's unlocked.
And is there anyone else about the farm?
No, it's nighttime now, so the boys have pretty much closed everything up, and they've gone back into the house with their mother.
And the house is on the property. Do I see it from
the
barn?
You can see the house, all right. Yeah, you can see the house. It's one of the nicer farmhouses in the village.
Gotcha. Now, I'm assuming the barn house itself, though, is relatively dark. I mean, it's still probably light out because if it's early enough in the evening.
It's getting pretty dark now because it's raining again. The clouds are rolled out.
The clouds are back out. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be, and there's no lighting, I'm assuming. I don't see any torches or lanterns or anything, or a candle even?
No.
Okay. So I don't think then it would be untoward for Hawkwind to request a candle, perhaps, to light his way in the night. He's going to approach the house and knock on the door.
Okay, door opens, and a rather big lad of about 15 years of age opens the door. Short-cut hair, and he's wearing a shirt that you can tell he's just put on. It's pretty clean. He says, "Yes, sir. What can I do for you?"
Clean, and he's in, we'd say, good physical condition?
Oh, yeah. He's brawny.
Oh, interesting. Would we call him physically attractive at all?
Sure, if you're into that kind of thing.
Objectively speaking, I mean, is he, pot marked, or is he, clean faced and well dressed?
He's got the hints of the beginning of a beard, but he's too young for that. Like I said, he's about 15 years old.
Okay, gotcha.
He's not like super well dressed. He's a farm boy.
Gotcha, yeah, but he looks clean at least, right? That's good. Good start.
He's wearing his clean dinner clothes, and
awesome, fantastic.
He's looking at you kind of strangely. He says, "What can I do for you, sir?"
Well, your father, good man, is letting me stay in your loft above your barn just for the night. Of course, I'm new to town, as you can probably see by my attire, and I just realized that it's quite dark in that barn, and I don't have a candle or a lantern, and of course, since only the devil can see in the dark, right? All right, my boy. I was wondering if I could borrow one of yours.
He says, yes, well, wait here, and he closes the door in your face, basically. Walks away. Comes back a few minutes later, and he's got like a very simple kind of lantern, like a candle-type lantern, not like an oil-based,
Gotcha.
He says, "Here, Mother says you can use this for the night. It won't have you, being afraid of the dark or anything."
Very, very good. Very, very good. Yes, and your mother is not here. I would like to introduce myself, of course. It's very rude that I don't meet the lady of the house, of course.
He says, "Well, no, sir, I'm afraid she's quite busy at the moment and doesn't have time to meet you. So if that will be all."
Yes, thank you very much.
And he closed the door.
And as he closed the door, she's going to stare at the door for a moment before I wander back off to the loft with the candle. Of course, at this time, when I get to the loft, I'm going to climb from the barn to the ladder, I'm assuming, that leads to the loft. I will change, of course, quite quickly. And then I'd like to go back towards the house. Are there any windows to this house?
Oh, yeah, they got lots of windows around the house.
Oh. Yeah, and how hard would it be for me to remain relatively unseen, but being able to see into the house?
Well, I believe you have a 1 in 6 on your stealth check. If that tells you.
Yeah.
Anything?
Yes. And I'm assuming, is it visual range or by touch to use your charm person spell?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, I'm kind of pulling it up right now. I have it up. See below. Oh, no, it's got 120 foot range.
There you go.
So I don't even have to be that close. but I'm assuming I'm gonna have to. I guess I can't be too choosy about my target though if I don't want to get seen, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, I guess if I can at least vaguely see into the house, or just do. I really don't care at this point. I'll take whoever I can get. I would like to direct my charm person spell at the house. I would like to try to get somebody on the hook here. So what do I got to roll for that?
I believe they make a saving throw, which I'm just checking now. Yep, they do make a saving throw.
Yeah, I think.
I want you to roll a d5 for me, please.
The D5.
Yeah, or just a d10 divided by 2.
Oh, give me a second. Oh, I lost my dice, man. I lost my dice. Give me a second. Yeah, sadly, it does not have. That's fun. Okay.
Just roll d10 divided by 2.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna roll d10 and run divide in half. So I got 9. So
you get
4,
the youngest son.
Wait, what?
The youngest boy.
The youngest boy. Okay, I can deal with the youngest boy.
He is 6.
Oh, okay. So intelligent enough to handle simple instructions. Okay, I can deal with that.
And he fails his saving throw, so so he is utterly enamored with you.
Very good. Even though he doesn't really know it, he doesn't understand.
He retains his personality, controls how he acts, but for his utter fascination with the caster.
And they really want to please you, essentially, as long as it's not outside their.
Yes, it says the caster must articulate his desires if he expects the subject to fulfill them.
Of course.
Any request which is not against the subject's interest or personality will be followed. Yes. Any request which is against the subject's interest or personality triggers a saving throw to refuse the request.
Correct.
Okay. So yeah, that's pretty much all we need to know.
Interesting. Interesting. Yes.
So you have him charmed, even though he doesn't see you at the moment, and.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think about how to lure a 6-year-old boy out of his house at night.
Hey, little boy, want some candy?
Well, yes. That's the classic line, right? Okay. Trying to think what would be good here.
Do you want to think on it? I'll jump back to the other guys.
Please go for it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think about that.
So you guys. You've peeked behind the curtains. You see there's a door on the right and a door on the left corner of this, behind the cross here.
What I'm gonna do is through the door on the right. I'm just kind of. Is it like a keyhole on it?
There is not actually. It doesn't seem to lock, which is probably why it's hidden behind a curtain.
I opened that door.
Okay. You open the door to a room, which I will describe to you post-haste. The room goes about 20 feet back and is about 30 feet wide. I can tell you that much right now, just from looking at the map. In the center of the room, there is a 10-foot diameter pit. Okay. And in one corner of the room, there is a large gong and mallet.
I walk up to the pit, I light a match, and I throw it down.
Okay. Doing so, you realize the pit's about 20 feet deep. As your kind of match drops onto the ground, you can see there's a weird green residue on the floor.
I'm not in that room. I'm gonna watch the door that the people are entering. Once I know what he knows is in there.
Yeah. Well, once you kind of, if you peek in anyway as he walks in, you realize that both doors lead to the same room.
Oh, they do?
Yes.
Including the one that's hidden behind the curtain?
Yes, both of them were hidden behind curtains originally. It's just that he pulled down one of the curtains earlier. But yep, they both lead into the room, just on opposite corners, I think.
Okay.
Opposite sides. Alright. I walk back out of the room and I close the door and I look to Heinrich and I say, I think what we're looking for is down there.
You walked back into the altar room and closed the door.
Yeah. Yep. And I say that to Heinrich, and I go back to the pew and I sit down. I'm just gonna look like I'm waiting for the guy to come back out.
I'm gonna quickly. Is the gong like on a table or something?
No, it's just like kind
It's
of,
just there.
it's on like a stand in the corner of the room.
Okay.
And actually, Jess, I'd like you to roll a wisdom check now, please.
Okay. Uh-oh. All right. 3d6. Try to roll under.
No, just roll d20.
Oh, d20. Okay. Okay. 3.
Oh yeah, you hear whispers at first, like something whispering something in an unintelligible manner, and you look up, and it sounds like it's coming from the crucifix. And as you look up to it, it's looking at you, but the mouth isn't moving.
Oh shit. Well, I signal to John. Get his attention to that.
I look up at the crucifix, and my head just kind of goes back. My eyes don't get wide or anything. That's pretty much the most striking example of emotion you'll see for John.
Yeah.
And he says to Heinrich, "There's something really, really wrong about this place."
Yeah. So while I go back into the room with the pit, and I check to see if there's any place I could hide an item.
You could probably try to hide something behind the gong somehow,
Okay.
depending what kind of item you're trying to hide.
Rope.
Rope is pretty big.
Yeah, it is pretty big.
That's going to be pretty tricky.
So there's like no other items,
You could
no
drop it
curtain.
into the pit.
Could drop it into the pit.
It'd be pretty hidden there because you wouldn't be able to see the bottom. Once his match burns out, you can't see the bottom. So
That's true. But there's no tables, no like curtains, no nothing to hide anything.
no, none. There is a 10-foot wide opening at the back of the room that goes into another room. It's no door. It's just an opening.
Okay, well, shoot. I guess one of us should watch while the other one goes and checks that room out. Maybe
Yep, I'm watching.
you're watching. You're the sneaky guy. You can sneak. You should go check it out.
Hey,
I think Heinrich just volunteered for duty, actually.
Sorry,
And
what was that?
John looks at
All right,
Heinrich and he kind of scratches his head, and he says, "Can you bring your dog inside?"
Sure. So I'm gonna go do it quietly. So I go walk all the way up to the front of the church.
This
Bring
priest
him
is very trusting, by the way.
He just
So
knows
you're
we're not going
sneaking-
anywhere.
You're sneaking back there, yeah, John, to have a look?
He's getting his dog first, I think.
That's right. No, I'm getting the dog. So I go get the dog and then back to the room.
Okay, so while he's getting the dog, where are you going, John? Where are you standing?
I'm sitting on the pews and I'm watching to see if they come out. So I basically I have
Okay.
one hand on my garrote and I'm watching to see if they come out.
So you've gone back out to the pews. Okay, well, yeah, the priest comes out alone again.
Oh, all right, he's back.
And he says, he says, I'm very sorry. I don't know where those boys have gone off to. Boys and their shenanigans.
I see. And I look to the dog. I'm like, there's a hound that got in here somehow. It looks pretty friendly though.
Oh, it seems to be with your friend there. Are you there still, or did you go off somewhere? Hendrik, are you there with the dog?
Yeah, I'm in the church. I was going to get the dog to come with us and watch.
Yeah, it was just pretty much as you were coming back in that the priest came back out. So
yeah, I'm there. Dog's there.
he says, oh, well, all are welcome in the house of the Lord.
I say I appreciated it. First, I meant no disrespect, but as we are both members of the faith, Saint Francis would agree that all are welcome.
I stand up and I look to the priest and I say, "Shall we pray?" And I beckon for us to kneel before the crucifix.
Yes, come, let us pray.
Does he kneel?
Well, he will gesture for you to kneel first.
All right. So I kneel first. Does he kneel afterwards?
And he
Or does
gestures for Hendrik to kneel as well.
Okay. Yep.
And he stands there with his hands on your backs, kind of touching your backs lightly and his head bowed. And
I
he
look
starts
over,
he starts to utter a prayer for forgiveness and for thankfulness and for, you know, obeisance.
and I say, I'm not even gonna be stealthy with it. I say, Heinrich, make sure his legs don't move too much. As I jump up and I take out the garrote and I try to wrap it around the priest's throat.
Okay.
All right. I grab onto his hand on the back of my neck and try to hold him still.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and just describe what you do to him, Marquise. I'm not going to make you roll. I think you 2-1 here at the moment.
So basically, what I'm doing is like with his hand on my back, I have one hand on my garrote. I kind of move up and in one fluid motion, I kind of turn like this, and it kind of comes snapping out. I grab the other side, and I just quickly I loop it around the priest's throat, and I pull back, and I kind of turn it like this, like crossing my arms to strangle him, and have it like bite into his throat and everything.
Oh yeah, I mean it's cutting right in through the flesh. If you pull it tight enough, it'll cut all the way through to the bone. It's
Alright.
just a thin wire.
I'm not trying to decapitate him. I'm just trying to do it until he basically stops moving. But I want to see. I don't want to kill him yet. I just basically want him to stop moving.
Okay. Eventually he stops resisting and he goes limp and falls to the ground if you let him go.
Yep, I let him
His
go.
throat's cut and bleeding pretty heavily.
And I take out a little napkin and I start cleaning off the blood from my garrote. And I say,
I
"Can
want
you
you
take
both
care?"
to roll wisdom checks.
All right. And I say, "Can you take care of that cut?" And I got a 17 wisdom.
Yeah, you failed. You don't notice anything. Did you roll yours, Jess?
Yep. Here it comes. 8. Oh, shit. 18.
Okay. Yep. Nope. Okay. There's the priest. He's bleeding, and he's actually he's bleeding pretty heavily.
Stop the bleeding, will you? I'm gonna go see what's up with that gong. And I go back into the room with the gong.
All right. In the meantime, I grab the priest and pull his body into the confessional booth.
Okay. Yep. Trailing blood all the way.
Oh, fuck. As soon as I notice it starts to trail blood, I'm going to grab one of the curtains, wrap him up in that, try to minimize the evidence.
So you just have a trail of blood basically from the actual crucifix area to the stairs, and before you realize and wrap it over the curtain.
So still plenty of blood. Okay.
Fortunately, one of the curtains has already fallen, so it's easy to just wrap him up in that and drag him up.
Right.
So you got about a 10-foot blood smear on the ground. Yeah.
Okay. Well, as soon as I get him in there, I'm going to get the second curtain and try to clean up that blood.
Okay. Yeah. So some of the blood is already soaked into the wood, but you can kind of leave the curtain lying there if you want to try to cover some of it up, or.
Sure.
It looks like it's probably already stained. It's seeped in pretty quickly. The wood was extremely dry.
Right. Yeah. If it's soaked into the wood, and we already tore both the curtains down, anyone's going to know something's up.
We've torn 2 of the 3 curtains down. Yeah.
Okay.
They were in kind of a like half of a hexagonal shape, if you want to think of it that way.
Trapezoid.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so as soon as I get him into the confessional booth, then I'm going to go into the other side of the confessional booth and load my crossbow, because I
Okay. As you do.
don't... Well, we've got a body.
I
now.
understand. Okay. And you were going in to have a look at the gong, right, John?
Yep. I go in, and is there anything to hit the gong with, or just the
Yeah, there's a
gong?
mallet right beside it.
I pick up the mallet and I slam it into the gong.
Okay, there's a big that echoes throughout the whole church, basically. Extremely loud, and you hear it echoing repeatedly down in the pit. And we'll flash back now to Hawkman.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hawkman. All right, so I had some time to think about it, and I think what the best way to approach this is I'm going to actually just go back straight up to the house. I'm going to knock on the door. I know that they're trying to have dinner, but I'm going to be very earnest about it, and I have a little request that I'd like to make, and since I'm going to make the request quite loudly, I believe the little boy will be able to hear me.
Yeah, the eldest son answers the door again and says, "Yes, sir.
Oh,
Were the candles insufficient?"
No, I must. Very, very good, thank you. I'm most apologetic for interrupting you at your dinner, but I realize that I have nothing to wash myself with. I perhaps could rest a bowl of water and perhaps a cloth would be nice.
"Oh, I'll get it," you hear a voice from the back. He says, "Yes, well, okay. Sure, of course."
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I smell of travel, let's just say.
And you realize he looks at you kind of strangely, and you realize you're talking to a farmer.
Yes, well, he's beneath me, so maybe perhaps it didn't catch my notice until after he gave me the weird look. It's like, oh yes, I'm so sorry.
He just says, "I've smelled worse."
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And the little boy comes back with a little basin and some water and a couple of cloths and says, "Here you go, sir. I brought you an extra cloth just in case."
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Oh gosh. This place is so big, I'm getting turned around again. I think I might lose my way. Would your older brother mind if you helped me back to the barn with this so I don't drop it on the way?
"Oh, yeah, I could do that. I could do that, right, John?" John's like, "No." He says, "I will help the gentleman. You go back and help Mother with the washing up."
Thank you.
And the boy looks really disappointed. He's looking at you, but I want to help the man. I want to help the man. He says, "No." He says, "I'm the eldest." He says, "Until Dad comes home, I'm in charge." He says, "You go help Mom washing up." And so the boy just kind of looks at you and shrugs.
Interesting. So,
And so he helps. He picks up the basin with the water in it, which is actually kind of heavy and kind of awkward.
as we're walking, I was like, "So you're the oldest that I hear? Is that what you said?"
That's correct. My name's John.
Ah, John. My name is Hawkwin. Nice to make your acquaintance.
He says, "Yes, likewise."
Now, I obviously must have looked quite strange to you. You might have noticed that I am new to the area. I'm actually a historian. Are you familiar with my noble profession?
He says, "Are you from the city?"
I am from many cities. I do a bit of traveling about the countryside, looking at historical sites, such as your church, for example, that's quite old, I take it.
He says, "Really?" He says, "Have you ever been to London?"
Indeed, I have. A very, very pleasant city.
He says, "I've always wanted to go to London. It's not likely to do so now."
Why would you say that, my young man?
"Because I'm the eldest son. This place will be mine when my father passes."
Oh, well, what if one of your younger brothers wanted it, for example, and more than you, perhaps, and then you could, of course, go to London, go to school, perhaps become a historian, eh? Snaps your shoulder a little.
They'd just make up balls of it.
I see. Well, your younger brother, the lad that gave me the ball, he seemed quite astute and forthright and willing to help.
He says, "Well," he says, "Philip's a good lad, but he's only a lad. He's only 6.
Ah, right.
My
Yes.
sister would be more capable of running the farm than he would."
Ah, right. Well, Sess, I'm sure she's quite sure at the plow, let's say. Yes.
She mostly helps Mother with the womanly duties about the house.
I understand. And you're a religious family, I take it. Everyone around here has been quite Christian, let's say, to me as I arrived in town, despite my odd appearance.
Yes, we all go to church on Sundays. We're good Christians.
The church on the hill, then, yes?
It's the only one.
It's the only one. And it's quite old and worn down, would you say? Or is it well maintained on the inside? I've yet to visit it myself.
Well, it's quite old, but it's in pretty good condition. You know, every so many years, people come by and do renovations just to keep it up to, you know, keep
Oh,
it standing and
no.
everything.
People, just any old sorts. I heard from another
Official
lad in the
people from the
town.
church.
Oh, yes, like knights, for example. I heard there were some in town not long ago.
Well, yes, but the knights hardly do maintenance on the church. They have other
Oh,
business.
no. I wonder what business knights could have at an old church in a quaint little town like this.
Well, the knights are the sword arm of the Lord.
Ah, the sword arm. What are they fighting, I wonder?
Evil, I suspect, sir.
Hmm. But not at the church, of course.
No, of course not.
Hmm.
But knights are always welcome in the church.
Ah, I see. And it's Father Bacon, I believe is his name, yes?
Yes, he's a good man.
Good man,
He
good
looks
man.
after everybody in the town.
Does he now, really?
Oh, yes. He's very
Hmm.
kind.
Yes. Kind to all.
Of course.
I hear he has a few boys about with him. Uh, Youngsters that help him about. Is that the case?
Yes, they're all orphans.
Ah, orphans, you say. Orphans, you say. And some of them are quite young, I've been told. Your little brother, of course, probably would see them and play with them, perhaps.
Well, Timmy is the youngest one. He's 8.
Hmm.
His father killed his mother and then killed himself. So
Oh,
Father Bacon took him in when he was only a babe. He was,
wow.
I think, 3 years old at the time.
Oh, quite a story, quite a story. You see, these are the sorts of things that a man such as myself, being a historian, like to find out about the towns that they
Hmm.
visit. It's just good to know
Alcohol can
who we're
do
dealing
evil
with.
things to a man.
Indeed, indeed. Alcohol is a blight, is it? I believe. Yes, yes,
Hmm.
yes, yes.
I believe I smell some on you, sir.
Unfortunately, I had to taste of the local stout earlier. It was not a pleasant experience. I, of course, am a dry man. I am a dry man myself. I do not drink or partake normally unless I have to. But you know how it is. You have to blend in when you come to a new town.
Well, it's your right as a grown man, I suppose. My father is quite fond of the ale himself,
Is
unfortunately.
he? Is he? I understand.
Anyway, here you go. Do you want me to carry this up the ladder for you as well, or will you bathe down here on the lower level?
You know what? I think this will do just nicely. Thank you. Now, at this point, I've contemplated murdering, as I can see my friends are talking about it in the sidebar. I've contemplated murdering this kid, not murdering this kid a couple of times now, but I decided not to because he gave me a good story about a family murdering each other. So Hawkwin is going to be sated for now, and he's just going to nod and pat the young lad warmly on the shoulder and kind of give him a glare on his way back out like he does. He's going to, of course, then just clean up real quick, put on some clothes, and head back into town now.
Okay, and where in town will he head to?
Well, it's been probably about an hour, I'd say probably, what, half an hour to an hour at this point that Hawkwind's been separated from both Heinrich and John?
Oh, it's probably been at least an hour, yeah.
Okay, so it's probably been at least an hour. Now, I'm going to go back to the common house. Now, of course, I will probably quickly see that neither Heinrich nor his dog or John are present, which means in his head that something has probably gone awry, and it's probably gone awry at the church. So once I go to the tavern and establish that, if I establish that, then I would probably head to the church.
Okay, we'll have you arrive at the church shortly then.
Okay.
Back to the church. Hendrik is
Here's the
hiding in
fun.
the other confessional booth with the crossbow loaded. And you rang the gong, which made this horrible sound, echoing through the pit and everything. The 3 young boys come charging out of a room. You can see them, Hendrik. Hold on. It's, let me just double check my map. Yeah, it's a room actually real close. The door is real close to the confessional booth, in fact, on the left side of the church. And 3 boys come rushing out. And they're going to run right by the confessional booth as they run up the stairs, up to the altar, and back through to where the pit room is. Do you wish to do anything as they do so? They look to be about 10, 11, and 8.
Oh man. um. Boy, I better decide quick. Yeah, nobody can find out about this. I got to take one of them out. All right, so
You
I'm
wanna pick out
gonna.
the one that's trailing behind.
Yeah.
Okay, that would be the 8-year-old.
Which one is that, by the way? Which one's Freddy? I just want to know which one's Freddy.
Timmy. His name is Timmy. Freddy is the oldest one. He's the 11-year-old.
Okay, yeah.
Is the one that we just charmed?
No,
No. That's back
I
at
was
the
thinking-
house. That's another
Tommy.
boy. That's Philip.
That was Tommy from earlier, yeah.
Okay.
Tommy was the one from the bar. He's not the one.
And I charmed some 6-year-old, but unfortunately I couldn't lure him out of the house. So
We got a lot of.
I
Kids
don't have my little boy servant right now, sadly. So,
We got a lot of little kids here running around for you guys to murder.
Yeah, seriously, right? Well, this is like child murder central. I mean, Christ.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm I guess gonna take a shot because we can't let anybody find our bodies or we're done
Okay.
for.
You want to go ahead and clear your dice stream and roll your attack roll?
Yep.
In fact, you can roll your damage roll at the same time if you want to roll both.
Okay. What is it? D6. 19. Yeah, he's
Oh yeah, that's gonna hit him. And what's the damage?
3.
Yeah, he's dead. Boom! You shoot him right in the back of the head, and he drops to the ground.
God, that's fucking brutal.
The other two lads
That
keep
is
running
brutal.
because they don't even notice
You know what?
the young one. You know.
I'm going to reserve comment for the end of the session here, but god damn.
Well,
Roll
out
another
of,
wisdom check for me there, Jess, while you're at it.
okay. Out of character, I want to note that I'm not a child murderer.
Yeah,
I was
we'd like to note for the viewers at home that we are not sexual deviants, child murderers, or sociopaths in real life. We just play them on TV.
right.
You made your wisdom check. Look up at something catches your eye about the crucifix behind the altar.
Yep.
And you realize that it is crying blood.
Okay.
And it's looking right at you, like burrowing into your soul as blood is pouring from its eyes.
Yep. Okay.
And these two boys run back into the pit room where you are currently, John.
Okay.
And
I look at
they're
the
going to do
boys.
kind of a skidding stop on their heels and be like, "Who are you? What are you doing here?"
I look at him
Where the fuck is Timmy?
and I drop the mallet and I reach for something in my coat and I say, "What's in the pit?"
I don't know. Nothing. Why? Who are you?
What's this gong do?
Where's
I'm the
Father
one asking
Biscuit?
the questions. Ask one more question, you're going to regret it. Now, what's in the pit and what does the gong do?
Meanwhile, I come through to the exit and hold the door closed behind me.
Okay. So as you walk in and close the door behind you, they realize, oh shit, something's wrong, and they make a break for the opening at the back of the room.
Am I within 10 feet?
You can be. They're going to have to run past you to get there, yeah.
So I kind of want to like interpose myself between them, and I want to whip out my dagger and just try to chuck it straight into one of the heads.
Roll the hit. Roll a d20 and a d4 for the dagger.
Okay, I'm going to miss because I got a 2.
Oh, you got a 2.
Oh, I guess it's a 4 modified, so you know.
Okay, you miss. They run past you.
We're fucked now.
Can I chase and pull out my Garrett and try to Garrett one of them?
Well, they're going to get past you. You're going to have to make an attack next round. One of them runs right, one of them runs left. What's Hendrik doing?
Well, I send my dog after the one
Oh,
that...
no. Oh, no, not the dog. Dog's gonna
And,
be dead now, man.
What?
The dog's so dead now. You know that, right?
We're all dead. Okay. Sending the dog after the little one while I try to reload my crossbow, which takes a
So
round.
you reload your crossbow, you send the dog after the little one. Roll an attack for the dog, please.
Okay. By the way, we didn't stat him, so
No,
what
I
do you
know.
want to do about him?
Don't worry about it. Just roll a d20 for his attack and roll a d4 for his damage if he hits.
Looks like a 6, not good.
No, he tries, and the kid like tears part of his pant leg away as he keeps running. I presume your dog is trained to attack children on command. Anyway.
No, no. He's actually a pretty gentle dog. He'll defend me. But the
The
idea
dog
was
is also a child murderer, folks.
to do the kid.
Just to stop the kid. Okay, just wondering. Just wondering.
Now, the
Okay.
dog wouldn't want to kill the kid. I'd have to kill the kid after the dog caught the kid.
What we're going to do next is we're going to roll initiative. I'll roll for the two kids.
Okay.
You guys each
Add
roll a
any-
d6.
Okay.
And you can add your dexterity modifier if you have one.
Meanwhile,
subtract
Hopkins is lightly strolling to the church.
You
So
can subtract your dexterity modifier for that matter if you have one.
5.
4.
Sorry, I'm going to
Okay.
clear my dice now.
I got a 6 and a 1, so the oldest kid goes first, and he bursts through the door on the right side and slams it shut behind him.
Okay.
Who's on 5?
I'm on 5.
Okay, what do you do?
Is my crossbow reloaded?
Yes.
And we still have one kid inside the
Yeah,
building?
the kid who's breaking for the door on the left.
Well, he's going to be toast.
Okay, roll to hit. And damage.
God damn it!
Oh, you missed again.
So I shoot the door.
Yep. Okay, and who was on 4?
But then I just shout, "Sit down."
Marcus, you're on 4. Well, you're shooting at them. I don't think
Well,
he's
no.
going to listen to you.
As I'm chasing, I'm saying, if you stop running, we'll save your other friend. Because, does he stop running when I say that? Because if not, I'm just
No.
going to literally just
No,
chase after him. I want to.
you keep trying to run, so you can roll your
Alright.
attack roll to try to catch him with your Garrett.
Holy shit, dude, these rolls. I got an 11.
An 11 will... No, it won't hit him, sorry.
So I'm just
he
chasing
dodges,
after him with the
He
kid.
dodges because he's small and you have a hard time, and he ducks through the door and then turns left and goes through another door.
How many attack rolls are we going to fucking miss?
Let's see. Oh, the dog. What's the dog doing?
The dog. The
He went
dog.
after the smaller kid, right? That's the one that just ran through the doors. He can still get an attack.
Yeah. He'll try to stop the other guy. So rolling 14. That should do it.
Okay, so the kid breaks through the first door, Marcus, after John misses with his Garrett attack. But then the dog runs up and trips him up by the leg and slams him to the ground, like into this other little room. It's about a 20 by 15 foot room. Looks like some kind of a storage room. So that kid goes down. The older kid, though, went through the other door on the other side of the place and slammed it shut behind him.
Okay.
When you go into that room, on the wall there's a number of like decorative swords and shields. Okay. Bunched in one corner, you can see a whole bunch of 6-foot staves. There's a whole bunch of crates in here as well. There's also 2 big barrels and a box, actually a couple of boxes, and 3 matchlock muskets
Nice.
in this little 15 by 20 foot room that the dog has just tackled this kid in. So roll initiative again.
Including me?
5.
Yep, including you.
Okay. Oh, not good.
Okay, you're on 5. You're first, John. What are you going to do?
I'm going through the other door that the kid went through, the one that we couldn't hit.
Okay, you don't see the kid anywhere, but you see a ladder in the corner in front of you to your left.
Alright.
If you look up, you can see the kid, like you can see the back end of the kid just climbing up this ladder rapidly.
I throw my dagger at him.
Okay, roll to hit.
Oh, you should have pulled the ladder down.
Oh, that's going to be a
No, this ladder's
21.
built in. Oh, that's going to hit. Roll a d4 damage.
Alright. And that is going to be 4 points of damage.
Oh shit! You hit him with the dagger, and he falls back down right in front of you, and into a sickling, really sickening crunching sound as he.
Did you just kill
bites
Freddy?
most of the bones. Yeah, he did.
Fucking,
that
you
was-
killed Freddy. You bastard. Hawkwood wanted Freddy.
If the dagger didn't kill him, which you suspect it may have, then the fall definitely did. He just broke his
Alright.
back and neck, and
We still got one.
yes. Who's next? Let's see. Oh, well, that would have been Freddy, but he's dead. So next, actually, would be the other boy and the dog and name Hendrik, all at the same time.
Okay.
So the boy's just trying to struggle to get away from the dog. What are Hendrik and the dog going to do?
Time. I am not going to load my crossbow, but I'm going to draw my knife and... Actually, you know what? I'm just going to tackle the kid. I'm not going to try to kill him.
Okay. Yep,
So.
you can subdue. You can force him down anyway. I mean, you and the dog. He's just a kid. He's 10 years old.
Yep, 18.
Bastards. Thought the Inquisitor was bad.
Hawkwind has had nothing to do with this, FYI. I'm just saying. He's perfectly clean of all this shenanigans.
Yeah, unfortunately, right?
Yeah. I really wanted Freddy. I'm going to say that right now.
Okay. So, yeah, you subdue this boy. What are you going to do with him?
He's
crying. He's bawling.
Gonna make him tell us what's going on here.
He starts to pray. He's praying.
I'm going to pull him in front of the. Well, actually, I'm gonna call for John so that he's back, so that we can handle him.
He says, "You'll pay for this. The Lord will make you pay. The Lord will make you pay. You've profaned His house."
It's true.
Where's Father Bacon? What did you do to him? You killed him, didn't you? You're evil men. You're demons. You're devils. You're going to hell.
I tell him that may very well be, but you'd best worry about your last moments on Earth, boy.
Alright, so you called me out, right?
Yeah, I called you out. You should be coming this way.
Alright, so I come out and I walk over to the kid that you have, like, you tackle to the ground, and I punch him in the face.
Do you have a
say
for your damage?
-1.
Okay, yeah. So you can punch him in the face without knocking him out.
Alright.
Because you're kind of a weakling.
So I punch him in the face and I say, "Stop crying, stop praying, and start answering questions."
He just continues to pray.
I punch him in the face again.
He spits blood, stops praying momentarily as he tries to catch his breath.
Okay. Drag him in front of the crucifix. We need to ask him what that's about.
Would I see the crying blood now?
You will now, yeah, once he points it out to you. Although it stopped crying at the moment, but the blood is starting to dry.
Let's ask a question. Where's Hawkwind?
Hawkwind can be walking in right about now if he wishes to.
Hawkwind wishes to be here, yes.
Yes, that's about enough time has passed, I'd say,
for the fun
part.
Arriving. Oh, sweet.
The doors open dramatically at the back of the front of the church.
Good evening. Oh.
Right, you see a little boy with a crossbow bolt in the back of his head, just lying in the middle of the church.
Dear me, what did I miss? Heinrich!
Yo, Quinn. This crucifix statue, really old relic here, right? It's been crying blood whenever, I don't know, just started crying blood.
We'll get to that in a moment. Heinrich, where are you?
So I'm with the boy at the crucifix, like holding him in front of it and starting to interrogate him.
He's got a bloody face.
Heinrich, I did tell you to find John and not let him kill anyone, didn't I? Okay. I guess this is what we have to deal with now. Cards were dealt, boys, right?
That's right. I'm afraid we just have to deal with the situation as best we can.
The dead priest is in the confessional booth. Or dying priest. Not really sure which.
And at that point, the boy starts to weep loudly and pray some more.
Well, what the fuck did I say? And I punch him in the face again.
Oh, please, John, please. It's just a little boy. We have to treat these little boys with a little more care. And he's going to approach the little boy and kneel next to him. It's like, come now, my son, come now. Don't cry. I'm sorry about my associate. He's can be a bit rough.
He says, somebody's going to find you. So they're going to find out. The village will turn on you. You're all going to pay. You're going to pay. The knights will be back. They'll make you pay.
Yes. I was going to tell you all about the knights, but unfortunately, Heinrich here let John have his way with this little church. I do apologize, by the way. I assume this little boy with the arrow in his head was a friend of yours.
You killed him. He's just a little boy. It was
I
Timmy.
know. I know.
Timmy.
Poor Timmy. Poor Timmy. Yes, yes. His skull would have made a fine deck. I mean, it's very sad. Very sad. Listen. What's your name, little boy?
Go ahead and roll a charisma check for me there.
Ah, very nice. Charisma, one of my higher stats. Give me a second. Where's my dice? There it is. D20, right?
D20. You want to roll your stat or lower?
Uh-huh. I'm waiting for it to appear. Did it appear? No, it didn't appear. Hold on. Let's try this again. Oh, there it is.
6, yeah.
6, there it is. Sorry, a little lag there, guys. Yes, I rolled a 6.
Fuck, I forgot his name again. I looked him up twice already.
Is this Bugby or Barnaby or whatever his name was?
Barney.
Barney.
I'm Barney, sir. Please don't let him hit me again.
Oh, yes. Don't worry. John is not going to hit you again. Isn't that right, John?
I have my dagger in my hand, and I'm just looking at the kid.
Yes. He's quite content now. Once he's murdered someone in an evening, it really loosens him up. Listen, Barney, I really am.
The people.
We are historians, and we were looking into your little church for priceless and historical artifacts. Now, if you be a good boy and tell me all you know about your church and any possible artifacts you might be hiding, we'll make sure that you don't join your friends. Isn't that right, guys? Isn't that right, gentlemen?
Yes, of course.
There's lots of paintings and then there's the swords and the shields and the guns.
Mm-hmm.
And then
what about books, Barney? What about
we
books?
got sacraments and
guns,
fixes and candles.
Boy,
and there's loads of Bibles. There's loads of Bibles in the other storeroom.
I'll punch him in the face.
Bibles, you say?
You gonna walk up, punch him in the face again?
Yeah.
John.
Where are the guns at?
I'm sorry, Barney. I apologize for my friend here.
He's been punching his face about 4 times now. He's out cold.
Oh,
Barney.
Barney. John. We're going to really have to work on your manners.
Both of his eyes are swollen shut. His nose is broken. His face is swollen.
Wake him back up. Get some water splashing on his face.
He's having extreme difficulty breathing.
No.
We already saw the guns too.
I think Barney has told us all we need to know, gentlemen. He said there are lots of Bibles, books. Books could mean only one possible thing. Secret books. Think about it, gentlemen.
Quinn. The
Yes.
statue crying blood.
Oh. Right. I'm sorry. I'm very excited about these possible books.
And there's a pit with little green goop at the bottom of it in this other room.
Are we thinking perhaps some sort of demonic thing then?
Wait, I say I don't know, and I want to grab the knocked out boy. Is anyone trying to stop me?
At this point, I'm looking at this. I'm going to examine the cross very closely and attempt to communicate with it.
I say leave the boy. He might have been useful to us, but we must wait to see if he awakens and we can learn anything more. Don't kill him.
I'm not going to kill him. So let me see him real quick, and we'll tie him up.
Gentlemen. How about this? I shall stay here and I'll examine the cross. And if the boy wakes up, I will talk to the boy, John. I have, as you say, the people skills. So why don't you go do what you do best and do the thieving thing? There's a room with guns and things you might want to explore, and then, of course, me and Heinrich here can go and check this other room with all the books after I examine the cross.
You hear at the front door of the church.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
Oh, shit.
Well,
And
Take
the
out
door
my
starts to open.
I rush the door.
Okay, are you going to bar it?
No. I'm waiting for it to open, and then when I open it, I'm going to say,
let's bar it.
Nah,
Don't let people in.
Nah, man, let them in. Wait, does the door open? Like, can I just, like, see through the door to see how many people are there?
Yeah, as the door starts to open, you see a man. A big farmer-type looking guy.
I kind of hesitate for a second, and then I try and kill him with my Garrett.
God damn it.
But look, I'm trying to. I'm jumping at him. I'm just trying.
What's
I'm
going
trying to
on
put
in
it
here?
around
You're
his throat.
shouting. And you grab him in the garret, and you drag him down to the ground. Hawkwind and Hendrik, the door is still wide open.
I shut the door really fast.
Like, there's 3 doors at the front of the church, and they all can be barred from the inside.
Okay, I start barring them.
Okay.
At this point,
The man that he is choking to death on the floor in front of you is the same man who gave you the permission to sleep in his barn tonight.
that's such a shame.
Finding us to tell us our room was ready. Nice.
I'm going to approach the body and be like, oh, what a shame. He was such a nice chap, had such a lovely family. I mean, of course, I would have preferred him to be with them when we returned later. I had some plans in mind. Sadly, those are all ruined. I suppose we should just look for our artifacts and be on our way before anyone else decides to show up and John kills them.
Yeah.
At this point, I would like to suggest that we go with the, they look for the loot in the one room, and then I'm going to examine the cross to check for any oddities, and then we can kind of maybe meet up in the left room, which has all the books.
There's nothing odd about the cross except for the fact that it seemed to have been crying blood earlier. And the fact that the eyes seem to follow you, like they're watching you. You honestly can't help but feel a little bit guilty looking into those eyes.
Well, guilt left Hawkwind long ago, but I'd like to examine the cross very closely.
Well, you think Hawkwind, when you look at the eyes, you think, well, wow, John must feel really guilty when he looks through his eyes.
Yeah, Hawkwind is completely innocent today. He has not even murdered a single person.
You guys want to look at the different storerooms and see what you find?
Yeah, I'm going to check the crates and the barrels and such.
Okay. So, in the main room, actually, there are several paintings. In the room with all the pews, you see one is a recreation of Da Vinci's Last Supper. You see another one that depicts a blue sky with a few clouds and a blazing sun and a constellation of stars. You see another one that depicts a graveyard with a signature that just says Luke 12:15. You see another one that depicts Atlas carrying the world on his shoulders with Jesus shining before him. On the east wall, there's a simple painting. Looks like it's perhaps done by a child. It's an empty crucifix standing in a field of flowers with a deep red sun. You see another painting that's merely a large black field with a very small white dot slightly off center. Another painting depicts a siege during the First Crusade, and it reads Numbers 32:27.
As someone who's been posing as a scribe, I'm going to try to recall the biblical references.
Right. Which means I better recall the biblical references.
Could I make an intelligence check first, or?
Yeah, go ahead and do that.
Okay, got it.
You don't. Well, actually, you have several Bibles here in the church, so if you needed to, you could just pick one up.
Just be a little faster if I can remember it, though. So.
The first one, Luke 12:15, that was depicted on the graveyard, right?
It's something about the dead rising, isn't it?
Hold on, I'll tell you exactly what it says. Here we go. Luke 12.
I'm gonna guess it's about Lazarus. That's my guess.
Then he said to them, "Watch out, be on your guard against all kinds of greed. Life does not consist in an abundance of possessions."
Okay.
Really? That's kind of apropos to our little gang, isn't it?
And the other one, Numbers. It's kind of ironic that I just read from the NIV Bible, which wouldn't have existed back then. But sorry about that, but, whatever. The other one was Numbers 32:27. So let's see, Numbers 32:27. Here we go. God damn it again. Freaking. Wait, can I find a King James? Here we go. But thy servants will pass over, every man armed for war, before the Lord to battle, as my Lord saith. So that's the one on the Crusade Siege kind of painting.
Okay.
Then you find another where the canvas is mostly bare except for a few splatters of red paint that could, come to think of it, possibly be blood, but it isn't. And then another one on the east wall hangs an incredible painting depicting the Earth, Moon, Sun, and stars coalescing from a radiant nebula. And the signature reads Genesis 1:1.
Oh.
I think you all know that one, right?
Is that the Bible by God?
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Right.
So I have a question. While they're in the right storeroom, are they not?
No, this is in the nave, in the main area around the pews.
Oh, okay.
I went to the action storeroom with the guns and everything.
Yeah, because also Barney had described in the left side that there were lots of books stored, I believe he said.
Yes.
So since I couldn't discern, I'm assuming I didn't discern anything from my inspection of the cross, yes?
No, nothing aside from it, from the fact that it seems to stare at you, and it's very lifelike, and it seemed to have been crying blood earlier.
Well, at that point then, since I can't figure out anything else, I'll go to the left store where all the books were. I'd like to begin to examine those, if possible, while Heinrich is doing his thing.
Right. So the storeroom's on the left. Well, first of all, in the big room behind the pit room, there's another very large painting.
What's that painting depict?
It depicts, let me see here. Well, now you're going to need to roll an intelligence check, first of all.
Okay, that can do.
Cleric.
I'll head back there as well.
Yep, you can roll it as well then.
All right, so 1d20.
It's 20 feet long, 8 feet tall, and beautifully framed.
I had a 7 and my intelligence is 14, so I think I'm good.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
I bombed it though.
It's depicting Augustine's Augustine's conversion of King Ethelbert.
Ah, Ethelbert. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. These paintings just seem to be. It seems to be that obviously these paintings are religious in significance, but they seem to be very old, famous paintings of a Catholic bent. So it just seems to be that this is a sort of a reliquary that's preserving these things. Yes.
Yeah, just saying, that you figure they're all probably, well, not all of them, but most of them are probably worth some money anyway.
True. But we're most likely not going to be getting out of here with armful of paintings, especially one that's 20 feet wide and 8 feet high.
Right.
So I will continue to proceed to the left storeroom.
The next storeroom is again the martial storeroom. So you see all those decorative swords and shields, but when you look at them more closely, you realize they're all ready for combat and they're all well maintained.
Yeah, and I'm not going to go to that one. I'm going to go to the other one, the more scholarly
We're
one.
going to go past that. Okay. Past that, then the next storeroom, you find a bunch of items of religious significance: sacraments, censers, spare crucifixes, candles, and such. I need you to roll a 1d6, please.
Okay. That doesn't sound good. Well, let me clear this, and then we'll do 1d6. Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Okay. No problem.
I'm gonna.
Nothing. Okay.
You said there was some. Are there pistols?
No, there were. Hold on, let me go back and tell you. There were 3 muskets, I think. Let me just double check that. Yeah, in.
I take one.
There's 100 6-foot staff. If you start looking into the crates, you find a dozen suits of brigandine armor. You find spearheads ready to attach to the staves. You find 100 days worth of iron rations, which is in this case pickled meat. You also find 2 barrels of lamp oil, and a box of powder, a supply of shot, and 3 matchlock muskets.
Well, I think we can all split the muskets and take a brigandine for ourselves, right, boys?
Yep, and I'm taking the supply shots.
The brigandine functions as leather armor, basically.
Gotcha.
Oh, really? Okay. I can wear that.
I don't touch leather armor. Don't really care for it. I just want the muskets, and I take some of the rations.
Yeah, same.
And then I want to light a lamp with a lamp fluid.
I'm gonna pack all the gunpowder and lamp oil into my backpack,
Okay.
Okay, so now in the other room though, the room with the more religious artifacts and books and everything like that.
You've come to a dead end.
It's a dead end. Okay. Anything in the room that seems to be. Unfortunately, I don't have sense magic, and I really wish I wouldn't if I did. I couldn't use it right now anyway. But in this particular rule set, is there any way that I can sort of perhaps attempt to discern if there's anything of magical nature?
Not particularly, no.
Okay.
You could try to do a search check for anything out of the ordinary, which is what you rolled the d6 for already. So.
And I didn't see anything.
No, you did not. I don't think so. What's your search skill?
It's probably the one of the 6, right?
Then yeah, you didn't see anything.
So I didn't see jack. And nothing in this room. No volume. Vellums with scrolls or thickly ornate books and runes.
Just stuff like I described. But there is another side. You only came along the left side, so there's storage rooms on the right side as well.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, let's go explore those then.
Okay. Yep.
Two seconds.
Yep.
I'm walking back to the pit and throwing my lit lantern into it.
Throwing it?
Yep.
Okay, you throw your lit lantern down there, and it explodes at the bottom, and starts a little bit of a fire down there in the green slime. And you think you see something almost move away from it, but you can't quite tell.
It's a good sign.
And you don't get it. You don't get a real good view. You're not sure. It could have just been a trick of the shadows. So as you guys go into the other storeroom on the other side of the room that had the painting of St. Augustine, you find dozens of crates holding Bibles that are neatly stacked in this room. Not all of the crates are full, and the crates, not all of them are full, sorry. Let's see. I would need you to, I don't know, what would you do? You see all these crates of Bibles anyway, and this room is about 20 feet by 15 feet. It's got a ladder in the one corner.
Oh dear me, there could be gems hidden anywhere in this room. Oh
no, I'm sorry, it doesn't have a ladder in the one corner. I'm sorry, that was the other room. I apologize.
I hope these Catholics like their sorcery.
You're going to look through the crates and the Bibles and stuff?
I would like to explore the books and begin kind of rifling through them. Really,
roll a d6, please.
Yep.
These crates around.
Yeah.
I'll do the same.
Okay, both of you roll
There
a
you
d6.
go. Thank God. Bucket 2 again. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yep.
So we discovered Jack.
You find a bunch of crates of Bibles, that's it.
Okay.
But there's a door to another storeroom from here, which is the room actually where Freddy had run to and was running up the ladder when John shot him.
Well, would you like to go and explore that other room then, Heinrich?
Sure.
Oh, that's very good, very good. Let's after you.
And again, you find dozens of crates filled with Bibles neatly stacked in this room as well. There's a trapdoor in the ceiling that leads to the roof, which you can see the ladder leading up.
Shall we roll another d6 then? And try one more time.
Yep. Nope.
Oh God, yes, I got a 1 finally. Yes.
That's great, but I'm sorry to tell you, John, that there's nothing hidden in this room.
Well, at least now I know that there's nothing of value here, more or less.
Yeah,
Ish.
pretty much.
So it goes up to the roof?
Yep, it leads up to the roof.
Hawkwind is kind of walking around a little sad, shoulders are slumped, and what a waste.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we've run through most of the rooms except for the pit room, yeah?
Yep.
Well, I guess
John?
me and Mr. Heinrich will go back to the other room.
Well, you see me tying rope to the gong and then throwing it in there. I'm about to crawl into it.
What?
Okay, he's tied a rope off to the gong and thrown it down.
Didn't he
Is the gong
light the
stable?
pit on? Didn't he light the pit on fire just a minute ago?
Just the bottom of it.
Okay,
Just the floor.
just the floor. But he's gonna climb into it to the burning floor.
Yeah, pretty much. But he'd be able
Okay.
to, in
Well,
theory, it's just a small little lantern fire.
I'm gonna approach John and be like, John, my friend, you do realize that it's burning down there, yes?
I'll put it out with my jacket.
Ah, all right. Well, you have at it. So far, John, I have to say this is a very disappointing run. How many people have we killed?
3, 4, 5, 6.
Well, let me just say you killed. I haven't killed anyone yet. Most disappointing. No
the
treasure,
priest,
no
3
magic, no
boys,
death.
and the farmer man. I think only 5 so far, right? Did I miss anybody?
Yeah, I think it's. Well, you can't say there's no magic when we have a crying statue. It's pretty magical.
Yes, but it doesn't help me, now does it?
If it cries blood, that means we can sell it because it's magic.
And sell it for what? More money? Ugh.
Then we use the money. Listen.
Yes, I know, yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Just go down to the pit. And we will make sure that nobody kills you or eats you or something.
So I throw the rope over and I start lowering myself down.
Okay, he starts to climb down. Hendrik, where's Hendrik now? I know
He went to go get a beer. He'll be right back.
I know obviously Hawkwind is standing there at the top watching.
Mm-hmm.
She climbed down and you put the fire out with your jacket as you were planning to. Threw your jacket over it and then stomped down.
Hawkwind is obviously keeping a sharp eye, as he said he would, because although he's quite morose at the moment, he's not interested in letting John get killed, despite all the trouble he's gotten them all into tonight.
It's pitch black, John. Do you have any source of light?
I'll light a match.
Okay, so you can see about 5 feet in any direction. There's this really viscous green slime down here. You're not sure what it's from.
Can I light? When I do have torches. I packed torches before I realized that we were in the 17th century. So, but I think that's still fine for this. Perhaps I can light one of the torches just to try to give some illumination.
Sure.
I also have torches.
You can illuminate the basic room that he's in.
Sure.
It's about a 15 by 15 foot square room.
Sure.
It's soaked in a thick layer of slime, by far, very, very thick.
John, my friend, please be careful of the slime. I'm sure it'll stain something awfully fierce.
Don't care.
I think you hear something moving off to your right, John.
I look. I have one hand on my musket that I now have newly acquired.
And you guys hear at the doors of the church again. You hear a thum, 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 thum.
Boys, I do believe that is our cue to exit. Stage roof off. Perhaps.
Just kill him. It's pretty simple.
Yes, we can't kill an entire village, John.
We have to come into here one by one.
Ugh. What am I going to do with you, my boy? Such potential.
I mean, I think there's something moving down here, so this might be the big one.
Fine, I shall go and attempt to soothe the villagers.
There's blood everywhere, so try to be mindful of it.
Heinrich, make sure he doesn't get eaten. And Hawkwind's going to go back out to the church, and I'm going to go to the door.
You go to the door, okay?
Yes, hello, who is it?
You hear a chorus of voices outside.
Yes, hello, who is it?
Open the door. Open the door right now. How dare you seal the church off from us? Where's Father Bacon?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Father Bacon is indisposed at the moment, but he sent me out here to discuss this with you all today.
Open the door or we'll burn the building with you inside.
Oh, well, why would you burn down one of your own churches? It doesn't make much sense now, does it? Especially one that's as old as this.
I think he called our bluff.
Yes. Let's just be calm and reasonable about this, folks. If you give me just a few moments, I shall bring Father Bacon to the door, and you will see that everything is right as rain.
Send him to us.
Absolutely. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay. Now, by the way, does Hopkins not know where Father Bacon is?
I told you.
Yeah, he's in the confessional booth, wrapped up in a black curtain.
I'm Can I go check on Father Bacon real
Sure
quick?
you can go over and check on him. In the meantime, I need Marquis to roll. I'm sorry, I need John to roll initiative. D6, please.
Roll them d6s.
The 5.
Okay, you're gonna have initiative. So you hear something moving there in the shadows. You can't see it, but something
I step
is
closer.
definitely moving.
And I hold up the musket and I say, "Whatever there, stop moving right now, or I'll shoot." And I kind of step forward a little bit.
Okay, I'm just trying to find the stats. There we go.
And if I see it, I want to shoot it the moment I see it.
Okay, well you'll see it as it attacks you
Oh, shit.
and misses you.
Ooh,
You
sweet.
just barely see it in the light of your match. Let me just show you what it looks like. Hold on, let me turn on my camera.
Yeah. I don't know what this eldritch green horror is. Like some fucking mold beast here we're fighting.
In the meantime, out of combat.
Okay, there you go. Can you see that?
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's the thing from earlier that you were showing us off. Yeah.
Oh,
shit.
Have fun with that quest.
I think a string past me. I shout out, "Throw down a torch! Come, I need help!"
Hopkins hears and it's like, "I'll be right with you, John."
Yeah, Hawkwood, you're going into the confessional booth actually at the moment.
Yes. Yeah, we'll be right with you, John.
What is Hendrik going to be doing?
What I am doing is I'm taking the pouch full of gunpowder and shot and dousing it in some lamp oil.
Yeah, there you go.
Nice. Okay.
Improvise explosive
And
device.
that's right.
Very good.
And in the meantime, I'm trying to peer down into the as much as I can while I'm focusing on what I'm doing. I'm peering down into the pit as well.
You can probably see your friend looking up frantically and shouting for help, but you can't quite see what's off in the darkness there.
Okay. And I shout to Hawkwin as well, saying, "Come! I think our only way out of this is down to this pit. Perhaps there's another way out."
And you hear something large being slammed against the door. Boom.
Yeah. Have I examined Father Bacon yet?
Yes, you find him wrapped up in the sheet, and he's quite dead.
He's quite dead now. Oh, okay.
He's been drained of most of his blood, and he's been wrapped up in this curtain. If he hadn't died of blood loss, he would have died of suffocation.
I kind of look at him. I was like, "Oh dear, oh dear, they've done a miss of this." And I hear the banging at the door. It's like, "Oh, well, I suppose this is how it's always meant to be ending." Oh well. Okay. And
Crack! And you hear the beam starting to crack. That's holding the door shut.
well, at this point, Hawkwin is going to slowly, calmly but briskly, I should say, walk back towards the altar through the doors that lead to the back. I'm just going to start closing the doors behind me to the chamber in the rear, and hope that buys us a few extra seconds.
I get to see him all nice and calmly walking like.
Yeah, just very slowly, meticulously doing so. I'm going to come back into the main chamber now. It's like, gentlemen, I'm afraid that our business here has to be concluded. There's some angry locals. It sounds like all of them. Thank you very much, John. And I suggest we flee.
It's alive!
John, roll initiative.
It's alive! Ooh, 6 plus
We're not
1,
going
so
to be, John.
Okay, so you got initiative.
All right. I'm moving the match to kind of get a good angle, and I just kind of shoot at it with my gun, my musket.
You're kind of like viscous ooze monster
Holy
with
shit.
like little shapes kind of forming out of it. I don't know if you ever heard of a Shoggoth or not from
Yeah,
computer, but yeah.
indeed.
Is my first roll, is that to hit, or is that to see if the gun jams?
You're attacking with one of these muskets?
Yeah.
I don't remember you loading it.
Well, that's why I said I took all the fire, the sharp, or whatever, the shot. That's what it was, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good because it takes you, I think, several minutes to load.
Yeah,
I mean, if not, I'll just throw it down.
Loaded.
Let's
If
just see
not-
here. A matchlock rifle.
Was it a rifle or a pistol?
Rifles.
Muskets.
Sorry,
Muskets.
muskets.
Muskets, right.
Yeah. Where? See, here's the musket. Okay, and where is the loading time and all that? Matchlocks. Takes 10 rounds to reload.
Hey, fuck that. Yeah, I'm not. I don't. Yeah, I throw the
You
musket.
could have
into
loaded
the
it. You could have loaded it
Alright.
once. I'll say.
All right.
It has a 2 in
So-
10 chance of misfiring.
May I ask a
So
question?
First, roll a 10-sided die.
All
Yes,
right.
ask.
Oh, so there was like barrels of lamp oil in the back, yes?
Mm-hmm.
We didn't take
4.
all, right? I mean, obviously there's still like a barrel back there, probably.
Yep.
Okay.
And what was your roll to
Um,
hit then, Marcus?
Here, roll. 19.
Okay, you shoot it, and your damage on that matchlock is, just simply it ignores 5 points of armor. I get that. It does D8 damage.
All right. That's 4 points of damage. I don't add anything to that.
Fire into it, seemingly having no effect. Continue your question. Sorry, John.
Oh, no, I was going to say, well...
I don't add anything
sorry,
to it.
Hawkwind.
Okay.
No, it's all right. Real John Hawkwind guy, though. Well, when it's my turn, I have a plan.
Okay, cool. First, this thing gets an attack again at John.
Sadly for John.
John, what's your armor class?
14, I think.
Oh, that's a 15, so that's going to hit.
Yeah.
It hits you for 5 points of damage as basically like an arm-like pseudopod seeps out of it and whacks at you.
Okay, so what everyone else would hear is, "It's a lot!" And then you just hear nothing, because I am dead.
How many hit points did you have?
I had 4.
Okay, you're unconscious at -1 hit
Alright.
points, yes.
Okay.
Whack!
Well, I'm up above, so I don't know what I'm gonna do. I say, Hawkwind, come! We have to save John.
Yes, I know, damn it. Keep the thing distracted. I have a plan.
What's your plan, John? You rolling this barrel in?
Yes, I want to roll the barrel in and blow it up. That's my
It
plan.
Doesn't sound like a
rolling
good way to
barrel.
save John.
Push or roll, yeah. Whatever I can manage to do. My strength is... actually, my strength's not terrible. It's 12, so I think I could probably manage it in enough time, hopefully before everyone's dead.
Well, rolling would be faster.
Okay, so yeah, we'll roll it. That's fine.
He comes rolling in a barrel.
I'm doing it.
Okay, in the meantime, I guess I'm loading my crossbow because I have no weapon otherwise.
So it takes you a round to load your crossbow.
Yep.
And he's rolling in this barrel.
Mm-hmm.
And you, in the meantime, John, are starting to be enveloped by this slime. But don't worry, it takes it 10 minutes, I think, to envelop you completely.
So it's only like parts of him are enveloped right now. So okay,
It's
well,
starting to envelop him.
we're going to try to save as much of John as possible before the slime eats him and the villagers gets in and kills us all. So I have the barrel in there now. Am I in the room again with the barrel?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I want to tap the barrel and then I want to light the fluid up as I'm rolling. I'm going to throw a torch out or light it up as I roll it into the pit. Aiming at the sludge monster.
Right, but you can't see very clearly. But yeah, no problem.
I'm going to
It's
aim
only a
for
10-foot wide
the area
pit.
that I
Pretty
think the
easy.
sludge monster might be in, at the very least.
It's only 10 feet wide, so it's easy enough.
Yeah.
So you roll this burning barrel down into there. Boom! And it lights up really well now. Now there's all kinds of fire down below. And you see this slime monster like recede away quickly from the fire.
Okay.
It seems to react in a painful way. And
Is
you
John-
see John now lying there, no longer enveloped and on fire. And honestly, probably quite dead now at this stage because he was already at -1 hit point. You rolled a burning barrel of lamp oil onto him.
I was curious what the fucking plan was there.
Well, I was hoping not to hit John, but so are we quite sure John's dead? Because I'm willing to go down there and check and try to see if he's savable.
Um,
Well,
He's
we still have to get the fuck out through that
He's
way.
my sociopathic buddy, so I'm willing to
well,
give it.
are you going to go down there? Going to climb down the rope to try to save him, put the fire out?
Yes, I think.
I climbed down there.
Okay, you both climb down there quickly.
Okay.
As you
We're
do,
brave.
you hear the gong start to slide across the floor.
The what?
The gong is sliding across the floor from the weight of you as you're climbing down.
Oh, damn.
And then you hear clang, 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 clang as the gong starts to flip over, and you're dropped down to the ground unceremoniously. And the gong comes tumbling down the tunnel, nearly on top of you. In fact, I'll say who went last. I think it was Hendrik, wasn't it?
Yeah,
That was me.
Yeah.
Hendrik, you'll take 2 points of damage as the gong clangs down on top of you.
Ouch.
Okay.
I'll say John is barely alive. He's
So
he's badly scarred,
Okay, well.
and he's quite unconscious.
Okay, but he's alive now. We saved him, more or less.
Just barely. Yeah.
Okay,
He's got
good.
like -2 hit points.
So how do we bring him up to 0 at least? Or do we have to do that in
Do
the
you have any
system?
healing spells?
We wait 2 days.
Yeah, no healing.
Sadly, I have no healing spells. I only have, kind words and soothing feelings for him right now.
Anyone have a healing potion?
No.
Okay. He may wake after a night's.
Okay, well,
rest
fine.
or
So,
something.
okay, here's my question then. So now that we managed to fuck ourselves and get ourselves trapped down here, or more or less, so we can see obviously now. We're in a burning pit. The smoke and fire and all that good stuff is choking us a little bit.
Mhm.
Do we see? Is
I
the
have a lit
wall?
torch.
Is the wall completely? Dude, we're in the middle of a blaze right now. I think we can see just fine.
Yep, there are 4 different passages: one to the north, one to the east, one to the south, one to
In
the
the pit.
west. Yes.
In the pit.
You're not in the pit. You're actually in like a room. You're in a dungeon now.
Okay, well, fine. We're in a room. So I guess.
The slime trail leads off in every single direction.
Okay, well, I mean, I think we're gonna take some lit torches with us just so we have something to fight the slime off with. But yeah, Hopkins is gonna say, well, Heinrich, I guess we have our pick of choices, and I should probably say that those villagers were quite anxious to get into this building, so we should probably speed this up a bit.
Did the dog make it down the pit?
The dog did not go down the pit. No,
The
I
dog
think so.
slept.
Okay, what?
I don't
What
think the
shape-
dog. I mean, unless he's really trained, would he jump into a 20-foot deep pit?
No.
I don't think so.
All
And he's
right.
not trained to climb a rope, so he would have been climbing down with you.
I was hoping we'd be in a little less urgent circumstances and we could get him down there, lower him.
Of course.
Okay. What shape is the room we're in?
Square.
It is 15-foot square.
Okay. North,
There's-
south,
it's
east, west
basically-
passages.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So which one do we want to take? Which one do we feel lucky with? Here, I'm going to roll 1d4,
Which
and that's going to determine our passage.
Which direction did the slime thing go?
You're not really sure. You got very disoriented as you were climbing down in here.
Okay.
Makes
I
sense.
say we go west.
Okay.
That's my suggestion. I rolled a 3 on a 4 die. 3 would be west if I'm going this way, so we're going to go west.
Okay.
They're all the
How
same.
about west?
But
Fuck it, right? So now we're dragging John along, right? Or is he slung over our shoulders or whatever?
You probably want to carry him. Dragging him
Yeah.
might hurt him more.
Okay, well
Uh.
let's carry him as best we can.
On the
And-
bright side, you felt that John fucked you by killing everybody in the church.
Yes, so he's getting his just desserts.
You kind of fucked him now by throwing burning lamp oil barrels on him.
Wasn't my intention to cause him such grievous injury, but
Yes.
so I'm gonna
You're
suggest
looking at him. He's definitely permanently scarred from those burns.
you should carry him. I only have a strength of 5.
okay.
So-
Well, I'm gonna sling him
I'll
over
just-
my shoulder, and then I'm gonna pat him gently on the shoulder. It's
Okay.
okay.
You guys ever see the Goonies?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna look kind of like that dude when.
Oh, gotcha. It's okay, John. It's okay. Don't worry. One day we shall find something to make you pretty as a picture again. But for now, let's just make sure you don't die. I'm hilarious.
The Western Corridor.
So we're in the western corridor.
So it's about 10 feet long, the corridor itself, 10 feet long by 5 feet wide, going west. And then it leads into another kind of corridor, which is from the direction from south to north, about 15 feet wide.
So it's a T.
Yep, it's a T corner. Yep. And it's about 15 feet wide from north to south. And there is a 5-foot opening on the northwest and the southwest end, both heading west. If you get it,
Well, which way would you like to go, Heinrich?
left or
do we
right,
see any-
north or south.
Do we see slime trails?
Oh yes, the slime trail is thicker heading to the right, which would be the northwest.
Then
And
we're heading
thinner
the other
heading
way.
to the southwest. And oh yes, I need to roll. No, I need to roll the 12. Wrong die. Let me just check my rules here because there's special rules about characters who have misbehaved in front of the crucifix.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
you have misbehaved in front of the crucifix.
I would like to point out that Hawkwin has not done anything but been a gentleman.
Are you moving at exploration speed, giving you time to actually map the place as you go along and search for things, or are you traveling quickly, in which case you cannot be mapping?
I've been mapping so far, but I think it's
Okay.
a good idea to stop now.
So you're moving at exploration speed, which is about 120 feet per turn, which is every
Yeah.
10 minutes. 120 feet every 10 minutes.
It's
That
extremely.
means you're checking though. That means you're checking everything. Remember, you're in a dungeon. That's even though you have torchlight, it's dark, it's dank.
Yeah.
You're looking for traps. You're looking for secret doors. You're
We're
looking
keeping
for
our
treasure
eyes.
caches.
Yeah.
You know. And you're trying to map as you go, so you can find your way back if need be. If you want to move faster than exploration speed, then you can no longer keep a map. And there's other things too. But
Well, I would say that probably the best I'd want to manage anywhere now is exploration fee because I'm carrying John on my shoulder, and
That's true.
I am still quite upset that we haven't found a single magical artifact, not a scroll or a book. Plus, there's the slime monster that I hopefully dealt a serious blow to, but we don't know. So I know Hopkins going to want to be keeping his eyes open and his ears wide.
you can hear voices now coming from behind you, back towards the pit chamber.
Oh, that's nice.
Sounds like they're singing hymns.
Yes, the pious villagers singing hymns. That's always a good sign when you're in a dungeon filled with a slime monster. Can we please continue forward now, Heinrich?
Yep. Let's keep going. So we head down the southern one, the
Okay.
leftmost one.
With the less thick slime trail. Fair enough.
Yes.
Yeah, the less thick.
So, okay. So, like I told you, it was the T junction, 15 feet from north to south at the T. When you hit the south edge of that T, it turns 90 degrees to the right, which is heading west.
Okay.
And it goes a further 5, 10 feet before reaching then another chamber, which is about 10 feet further to the west and 15 feet south. So it's a 10 by 15 foot kind of area, room, if you will.
Is that like a Y split
Okay.
there?
Not like a Y split. Okay, if you're coming down there, it's basically, it was like a Y. The T junction kind of turned into a Y.
That's what I'm saying. You go off the T, you take the left turn off the T,
Yep.
and then as you kind of go around this bend a little bit, that turns into more or less a
It turns
Y.
into this other room, which, like I said,
Yeah.
is about 10 feet west to east and 15 feet north to south.
Gotcha.
And let me just see what's in here, if anything.
Aquin, didn't you have a lantern?
No, I
There
left
is
that back at the
something in
loft. I have a torch. I'm carrying John and the torch, and that's pretty much what I got in my hands right now.
Yes. So in this room, the ceiling is about 10 feet high. There are strange vines growing on the ceiling, bearing round gray fruit.
Oh no. Round gray fruit.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way to identify the properties of this fruit without doing any serious harm to myself? Perhaps,
Well, you could try to eat some, or you could try to feed some to John.
As I look into the room, look at the strange trees, like, oh, John, if you'd only kept one of those poor boys alive, we could do some wonderful experiments right now. But alas,
I stash one in my pouch.
Yes.
Okay, you take a
Good
piece.
call,
of it.
Heinrich. Good call. We can
I
have to
also-
find
I
the
smell
boy
it.
later.
Yeah, it smells just kind of unusual.
Okay.
Do we see anything else in the room of note?
Well,
No, just there is stairs. Sorry.
Okay.
At the southwest corner of it, there are stairs leading down.
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 Oh no, down is not good. We want to be going up or out.
I actually think we should feed some of it to John. I mean, what's the worst that could happen?
Well, he's already nearly dead. We did save him. We did go through all the trouble to get fit to save him because we could have, been escaped already, Heinrich. We could have been gone out of here, gone through, out the roof and jumped off with a. I have a rope. We could climb the rope down, gotten out of here.
Hey, whatever helps you sleep at night, sweetheart.
But we haven't tested on him while he's still alive. If he's dead, we'll never find out what the fruit does.
Well, Marquis, what do you think about us feeding your unconscious form this strange fruit?
Do it.
Do it? All right, cool.
Good.
So let's do this, Jesse. Okay. So you're saying
All right.
you'd like to feed our dear friend, who's quite unconscious and nearly dead, this odd-smelling fruit?
Okay. So since you're feeding it to him, Hendrik, I'll let you roll the D8, please. I just want to see what the effect is.
Okay. Oh, we have a chance here. This is good. 1.
Ah, brilliant. Roll another D8.
Come on, roller.
You got the right roll.
Yeah.
I did?
Seriously.
Oh.
You did, trust me.
2.
Okay, he's healed 2 points of damage. That brings him to 0 hit points.
Nice.
He's not conscious, but he's unable to move at anything more than a crawl on his own.
So I've still have to carry him, essentially.
Yeah, you still have to carry him, but he's conscious. He can talk now and kind of interrupt.
John, you're awake now, are you?
And you see like the effect this has, and you still have a piece in your pocket as well.
I collect all of the remaining fruit.
Yeah, I'm gonna take some of the.
Stuffing it into a bag.
Yeah, I want to take some of the fruit as well for myself as well. Just can't let Heinrich have all the fun here.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Give me
mark that on my sheet.
Give
How
me
many
some
fruits do I
water.
get?
Oh, so you guys get a fucking 20 pieces of it. 20 of these like round gray grapefruit looking things.
Yeah, someone give me another one.
20 healing fruits, we're gonna call them, right?
Sure.
Well, that's what we think they're called.
Whatever you want.
All right, here's a question: Do we want to try to feed John more healing fruits?
Yes.
Okay. Roll another D8, please.
Okay. 8. Uh-oh. The
8.
opposite of the 1.
Okay. Your head starts to feel really, really weird, John. Now, in game, you have no idea what's going on. Out of game, if you just simply write this on your character sheet, please. And guys, this is metagame knowledge, so please don't don't abuse it. Your brain is now filled with chlorophyll.
That can't be
You
good.
will heal at double normal rate for the next. Hold on. For the next month, whenever you're out in the sun.
Oh, my character doesn't even know what chlorophyll is, so right now he's
No,
just
I'm
like,
just saying for you personally, just to have that written in your character sheet. So we don't
my
forget.
head, yo, give me some water, Quinn. Give me some water.
Well, I don't have any water. How about some wine? It's a very good vintage.
Yeah, give me the fucking wine, man. Need some of this drink.
Manners,
Give me one of those fruits. I'm hungry as
Your
shit.
manners.
face really hurts.
I touch my face and it feels horrible. When I pull my hand back, it's kind of sticky when I do. I see flakes of skin on it. And I say, what the fuck happened? Did a slime do something?
Well, you were being eaten, and I had to think quickly, so I doused it in fire, and I'm sorry to say that some of the fire did catch you, but we put you out afterwards, so no harm done. Much.
You melted.
I mean,
You melted my face, didn't you?
well, John, just to be fair, you were never going to win any beauty contests.
Give me another one of those fruits.
Heinrich, if you'd like to feed him the fruits, just feed him all the fruits. He wants the fruit.
Roll another D8, please.
All right. I give him one more fruit, and then I say, I think we should keep going.
Where the fuck are we?
We wouldn't want
we
to
are-
have that thing catch up to us.
That's very true, very right.
Roll D8, please.
Are we still in the pit?
Well, we're in a
Nope, I got
dungeon
this team.
adjacent to the pit, my friend. We're trying to escape from the mold monster and the villagers, I believe, as well.
Fucking
Roll a
Christ.
7.
I'd like to remind you that this is what happens when you murder people in a church. Wholesale.
Interesting.
In front of the statue.
Okay, cool. Interesting. Yep, it doesn't seem to have any effect that you guys can notice.
Alright. So, anyway, now...
Seems like he's building up an immunity to the fruit or something.
Oh, no.
All right. So, I just want to note that before we head down, I am going to quickly go back to where the trail branches, check to see if there's any change in the slime trails, and pull out a piece of chalk and mark the pathway that we took.
Okay, that's a good idea. There's no change in the slime trail anyway.
Okay.
There's no sign of the slime creature around.
All right.
But you can mark with chalk the area there.
Yep. So I just marked
I
it
will
with...
take. Do I have a pencil here? Yes, I do. I'll just make a mark here to show myself that you marked it there. Okay.
I mark it with a 1 so we know which order we're visiting these locations in.
As you wish. I wish I had more space to write in. Okay. Done. Do you guys want to take a quick 5-minute break, use the toilet, get a drink, get something to eat, or anything like that? Or not? We can keep going if not. Just think
I'm down to
we
keep
can go.
going. So I have my next game until like 10:15, so
Oh,
Yeah, I'm good to keep going too.
I have like 2 more hours. An
So
hour
I
and a
got-
half.
I like to keep going just so we can wrap up. Yeah.
Okay. We'll see how we get on. I got to kill Marquise in the next 2 hours and 15 minutes if it's going along. No problem.
I'm fine with
Okay.
it.
So you go
Well, I say
up
if
to
we-
the stairs.
If we're going to go for any longer than like another half hour, I would like to take a break then, but yes.
You guys have just actually started the dungeon. I think it will go longer than a half hour. I don't know how much longer.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Let's
it
take
might
a
not.
break then.
Let's take a quick 5-minute break. Everybody use the toilet, get something to drink, have a smoke, whatever you got to do real quick, and then we'll resume.
All right, that works for me.
And I can line up where these stairs lead to.
All right.
Because this map is color-coded, and I'm fucking colorblind. Okay, I got it.
Feel your pain.
You're back.
It's the only thing that frustrates me about this adventure. It's this color-coded map, which is brilliant. It's a great map. But you got all these color-coded stairs and ladders and everything, and some of them are pretty easy to discern, others not so much.
Huh.
You've never done this one before anyway, Jess, I presume.
No, I've actually only played Tower of the Stargazer as a DM.
Cool.
Yeah, so
This is your first time playing, then.
it actually, yeah, it is my first time playing LotFP.
It's a scary-ass game, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, it's great. I play Dungeon Crawl Classics every now and then too. I like that a lot.
This is honestly the only OSR game I've ever played. So,
Really?
aside from like original Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, of course, but yeah.
Right. I used to play second edition was when I started, and I had a bunch of first edition books when I was a little kid. But yeah, Dungeon Crawl Classics is really great. You should try it out sometime.
I definitely should. I've heard it's really good. The book is supposed to be brilliant. I've
Yeah.
actually played Dungeon World too. Dungeon World I heard was really good too, but
Yeah. Well, I think they're all probably pretty interchangeable, you know. I mean, DCC has a lot of, like, all the spells are great. They all have their own random table for all these effects and things. So,
nice.
yeah, there's really a lot put into the game there, but it's much more heroic than Lamentations.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, Lamentations just kind of called out to me when I first saw it. I was like, oh shit, this is like a game for me.
Are you trying to say that John Doe is not a very heroic character? Because I think he's a fucking goddamn Superman.
By heroic, I meant like durable, because
Yeah, you
in
went down with one hit from a pseudopod.
yeah, yeah. In Dungeon Crawl Classics, you always start out as a 0 level, so you start out with 4 guys, and most of them die. But then once you become level 1, you're actually much tougher. You can do a lot of cool stuff. So.
I mean, the pseudopod got in a lucky hit. I was at a disadvantage. What could I do?
Yeah, no one can blame you for, the oil. That really wasn't your fault.
That probably really should have killed you, but I felt merciful.
Indeed, yeah.
I thought I was dead the moment the slime monster started eating me.
Well, if they had not chased it off with the fire, you would have been.
Yeah, well, I know you're not in great shape, but we need you because all we've got is 2 magic users, and one has no spells, and I only have Charm Person, so I think we're useless.
Uh-oh.
Oh, sorry. I think we're pretty much fucked, as I was saying.
Yeah.
You guys both chose to memorize Charm Person?
Well, we didn't coordinate it.
Yeah,
That's
we
very
didn't.
interesting. No, I know that.
Yeah.
Why didn't you cast that on the priest instead of having me kill him?
What?
What?
No one made you kill anyone.
I had no choice.
You were trying to kill him before he even...
Yeah, seriously. As soon as you entered that church, you wanted to kill that guy.
No. John's hand was
kneeling down?
forced.
Is he kneeling down? Yeah.
I was just waiting for him to kneel.
If you had subdued him, I absolutely would have charmed him, but
Man,
that wouldn't have made that much of a difference because
I did subdue him.
he still would have done whatever evil shit he wanted to. It doesn't make that much of a difference.
No, John's not an evil guy. He's a pragmatic guy.
I feel like I wasted
not
my
you,
charm spell earlier.
You did.
Yeah.
If we hadn't been so rushed, it would have come in real handy because we could have had the kid come check for us and like help us out.
That's what I was saying. I was trying to have a little man boy servant, but that didn't work out for me. So whatever.
Oh,
Shit happens, bro.
Right.
You guys get to the bottom of the stairs.
Okay.
And you have a 5-foot wide, 15-foot corridor in front of you, which then takes a 90-degree turn to the right, which is west. Okay? That corridor is a total of 15 feet long, or 10 feet further from the point where you turn. And then it does another 90-degree turn to the right, which then heads north.
Oh my god.
Okay? The slime trail is very light here. From there it goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55 feet to the north before making another 90-degree turn to the right, now heading east.
Okay.
Then it goes 5, 10, 15, 20 feet, and there is a 90-degree turn to the right, heading south again. Or directly in front of you, 5 feet ahead of you, there's another ladder heading down.
All right. Well, we're down a pretty long path, and if the thing is behind us, we're trapped. So we should probably keep going.
I can't. I can barely move. I'm going to climb
By
down
the
the ladder.
way, there is an extremely pungent smell coming from your backpack now, Hendrik.
From the fruits?
Oh, yeah, it smells foul as hell.
Well, I offer another one to John because I'm sure he can't smell.
I eat it.
Oh, it's rotten as hell.
What the fuck, Hendrik?
It's disgusting. It's rotten. It's gone completely off, all of the fruit.
Oh,
Wow, that happened quick.
Yep,
All right, so I throw it out, I guess.
Yeah, fruit you got.
completely useless now.
Fucking hellhole in here, man.
So there's a ladder in front of you that leads down, or you can turn to the south and continue down the corridor. Oh,
Here's the
but
thing. Oh,
yes.
no, go ahead, continue.
No, I just need to roll something to see. Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
All I was going to say is it's going
Wait.
to be difficult to get John down the ladder, I'd imagine, yes?
Um, yeah, it could be difficult. You might need to carry him down or tie a rope around his waist and lower him down.
Well,
I have a rope.
can we at least see what the corridor is like then? Before we try to go slipping deeper into this place?
Does it dead end to the ladder, or can we go around the ladder and the passage keeps going? Is that
No,
what's
it
going
dead
on?
ends at the ladder there.
So there's no way. It's either turn back the way we came, or we go down the ladder.
Or turn right and head south.
Right.
Oh,
And that's what I'm saying. We should maybe try to head right and explore south.
You could do that.
I mean, that might be the best way to go at the
Alright.
moment. Considering.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so you turn right and you go down another 5, 10, 15 feet, and then it turns right again 90 degrees, heading west. Goes 10 more feet and turns left 90 degrees, heading south. I would like you all to roll an architecture check.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. You can just assume that I'm not going to make it.
Just
Well, let's
roll
try it.
1d6.
I got a 5.
I have a 3, so fuck me.
And just got a 5. So, okay, yep, no problem. So then you're looking south. It goes 10 more feet. Then turns left, which is now heading east again. Goes 10 more feet, and then you're facing a door in front of you, and the corridor turns 90 degrees to the right, heading south as well. And you hear a crumbling sound behind you
Oh no.
That's always nice.
as
So is
the
it?
ceiling collapses in the corridor behind you, and you can no longer turn back.
Fuck.
Okay.
So
Well-
is it L-shaped with a door in front of us and then a passage going to the right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Well, I want to go through the door.
Okay.
Let me quickly open this up and describe the door to you. Actually, it might not be a door. It might be something similar, but
Well, you let me know. If it's a door,
I
I'm
will
going
tell
to
you
go
2
through it.
seconds. Actually, I think it is. It's actually a prison cell. Yeah, the door is made of heavy reinforced wood secured by 3 bars.
Okay. And do I see anybody in it? Bear in mind, I have a torch in my hand.
The bars
I also
are
have what's his face on me, but
primitive locks.
yep.
Looking in, it looks like the cell is empty, except for a small terracotta statuette in the shape of a grotesquely obese woman.
Okay.
And if you look down to the right, further south down the corridor, you see there's another cell and another cell every 10 feet. And there's 3 cells total, including the
Okay.
one.
Well, I'd like to examine the cell, each cell in turn. I want to verify a possible
Each is empty?
suspicion.
Each
yeah.
of them is empty, and each of them contains a similar statuette.
Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay. Can you describe the other statuettes? Are they all similar?
They're all grotesquely obese women.
Do you think this church had a problem with fat people?
Let's break one.
You know, it's doing things like that got us here in the first place.
Cells, like I said, are locked, but rather primitive locks. So
Well, let's-
throw one
let's-
of my. Wait, I can't move. Never mind.
Yeah,
You can move.
you can move.
Use your
You can't
hands.
really walk.
yeah. You
I
can't
take
really...
out one of my I take out my dagger from my coat, and I kind of weakly throw it at one of the terracotta statuettes.
John.
Oh, through the bars?
Yeah, he's trying to go through the doors.
are they just sitting there? Yeah.
No, you can't really throw it through there. You'd have to open the door to do so.
Open the door. Let's take the
Do
statues
you
and
have,
sell
do you
them.
have specialist tools? Did you buy them?
I mean, it was a pre-gen, so no.
Oh, no. Then I think I did give them to him because that's something a specialist should have. They're
Indeed.
silver pieces. Yeah, you have specialist tools.
Yeah.
Yep.
Take
So
me over to the bars. Let me
that's
open
your,
them.
that's your, lock picking stuff and your trap disarming stuff. So go ahead and roll a d6. What was the skill that you'd be using? You'd be using
Tinkering.
tinkering. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a 3 out of 6 chance. And that's a 5.
Oh, you just can't get it. It's not working.
I feel like shit can't get these things open.
Hmm.
You want to try to smash the door?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think I probably have the best strength at everyone at this moment in time. So I
Roll an
guess.
open door.
Wait, what?
Open doors. Roll it.
Okay, what do I roll?
Do you have a strength modifier?
I 0.
Okay, so just roll d6. Give him 1 in
Okay.
6 chance. Nope. You try.
Nope.
It doesn't budge.
Okay.
Hendrik?
Yeah, I'll give it a shot too.
Sure. Go ahead and roll the same.
Also fail.
Okay. You can't get this cell open. You want to try the next one?
Yeah.
I'll let you roll again, John, if you want to try to pick the lock again on this next one.
All right. That is a 4.
Nope. Okay. Did you just roll a 3 there, Jess?
That was me, yep.
Okay, so Jess can't break it open. What about
Yeah, no.
no. No luck on this one. Want to try the last one?
Sure, let's do it.
First, let's let John roll first to see if he can.
Moment of
I'm
truth.
feeling a little.
And I fail.
Okay. Okay, you guys can try to break it down.
Definitely feeling
Damn
inadequate.
it.
Oh, here, let me roll. Let me roll for my inadequacy.
No. You guys cannot get any of them open. Those statuettes are taunting you from inside.
Super inadequate. All right.
But you do
What is
realize now that you've gone 30 more feet down this corridor and you see these cells that you can't get into on the eastern wall. 10 feet further past the last cell to the south, there's a 90-degree turn to the left, which is east, and there are more stairs, this time leading up, I believe. Let me just double
there you
check
go.
my map.
Upstairs.
I think that's up. Make sure I'm reading this right. Fucking color code. Yep, it's leading up indeed.
Okay.
All right, well, let's go up.
Well,
then.
let's.
At this point, let's just.
Yeah.
At this point, I think Hawkwind is starting to believe that he's going to die in this place, and he's given up his lust for treasure at this point. He just wants to make it out of here and try again some other time, another place not filled with mold monsters and dead bodies
So
everywhere.
you go up, and you're facing east, and you're in a room that is 15 feet from west to east and 10 feet from north to south, with a corridor leading from the very northwest corner, heading north. Okay.
I think we should head north.
The slime trail starts to thicken as you approach that.
Starts
Well,
to thicken.
It's not like we have any choice,
We have no
right?
choice.
Okay. So you go north 5, 10, 15 feet, and you're at another L junction, turning right, which is east. And if you go the 5 feet to the east, you're now at a T junction where you can turn left and head north, or go straight ahead another 5 feet where it looks like it turns another 90 degrees to the right, heading south.
So who's feeling lucky, north or south?
South.
Okay,
All
so
right, let's
go
do it.
on and turn
North.
south. Oh, we
Oh, you
have
roll.
dissension in the party. Let me roll d12. Okay. You start to look north as he says, no, go north. And you see the slime creature approaching slowly from the northern corridor.
Well,
Kill
I guess that means we're going south, John. And since I'm the one carrying him, I head in the opposite direction of the mold creature.
Okay, so you turn
I
south.
throw my dagger at it.
Jesus, dude.
Okay. Roll to hit.
Let's move each one. There we go. That is a 13.
Oh yeah, what's his armor class? Let me just double check again.
Hendrik, go back and get my dagger.
Fuck you.
Yeah, we'll get right on that.
I think that dagger's gone now, boy.
Oh yeah, you hit it. Roll damage as your dagger is absorbed into it.
Alright, that's going to
Like
be
a
4
galactic
points of damage.
cube almost. Yep, okay. No problem. Doesn't seem to even slow it down. It keeps coming as your dagger is completely absorbed. You no longer have a dagger. You can mark that off
Do
now.
shit.
And it continues to come as Hawkwind is already carrying you to the south. So you go 5, 10, and 10 feet further south, and then it's a mirror of what was on the other side from where you came from. So now you're looking at a room that's 15 feet from west to east, 10 feet from north to south, and in the southeast corner there's a set of stairs heading down, and a slime creature is slowly approaching behind you.
So
Only
only
stairs?
ways down, right?
That's what it seems like.
All right, well then down we go as fast as possible at this point.
Well, even at your exploration speed, you still move much faster than the creature.
Well, that's good. We're staying
That's
ahead
good
of
to
it.
know.
It's a very slow creature.
That makes you feel only slightly better, Ian. Thank you very much.
Let's see, that's now 11 blue, I think. Okay, 11 blue brings you out.
Right foot blue,
Okay, got it. Got it.
left foot green.
So, you get down, and you're facing east still, and basically you have 5 feet in front of you, and then the wall turns, the quarter turns 90 degrees to your left, heading north.
Okay.
10 feet to the north, and it turns another 90 degrees left to the west. Go 5, 10, 15, 20 feet, and then you're looking into another T-junction. So you go the 5 feet into the T-junction, you can either go left into a room or turn right into a smaller room. Like to the right, you're looking at basically a 10 by 10 foot room with some stairs leading down. To the left, you have to go another 5 feet, but then you're into a 15 by 15 foot room.
I want to explore the.
Torchlight.
Wait, quick question: is the mold beast behind us still?
You believe so, although I mean you guys are moving much quicker than it.
Okay.
Do you want to go back and look?
No. We don't see anything in the left side room, like a door or another exit. Like that just leads into a room it's like a dead end.
You can see, okay, this room, this 15 by 15 foot room, seems to have a mirrored ceiling.
Mirrored ceiling. Okay. I like the sound of that.
Yeah, kinky.
You look into it, you can see that the ceiling not only reflects what is under it, but it also seems to show in its center the reflection of a gemstone hanging from a thread. You see it only in the reflection, though, and not in real life. So it seems to hang upwards as you look at the mirror.
Hmm.
Let's see if we can hit that spot.
Are we wanting to go for the gemstone then? Are we risking our lives for a gemstone?
We've been whisking our lives for everything else down here.
Yes, and whose fault is that?
It's your fault for not using your magic to get that priest on our side.
I wasn't here when you were murdering the priest and all of his little boys, now was I?
Well, I mean, sometimes they don't want to answer questions, and, well...
Yes, of course, and then you have to take matters into your own hands. I understand that, yes, of course. But, now it's left us a bit of a pickle now, hasn't it?
I say we just... I don't know. Let's...
What items do we have at our disposal? I only really have rope, and then stuff we could throw.
Well, I have a rope. What else do I have on me that might be useful here? I still have one of the muskets. My torch, obviously.
I presume you guys loaded all the muskets anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I have one shot in mine still. Like, I haven't used it at all, so... I have one loaded shot in mine, obviously, and whatever ammo I have from it, but... Oh, I have a crowbar, but that might not help us in this situation. Alright, so do we just want to go for it then? I mean, because at this point, I mean, do we want to just say fuck it and YOLO?
Fuck and YOLO.
You guys can do
Fucking
whatever
YOLO.
you want.
Okay, fucking YOLO.
I'm gonna see if the musket is. Yeah. Let's see if the musket is large enough to reach where the gemstone would be.
Oh, just like reach out to
Try
it.
to reach up into the mirror with the gemstone or with the the musket.
The spot where it would be if it were hanging there.
I'm going to
the hanging gem.
I'm going to stand on rear guard I'm going to be looking down the corridor just to see if the Fledged Beast comes towards us.
No, probably you probably want to look and get noticed because that room is a dead end. So you probably want to know when it starts to come down the corridor so you guys can run back towards it.
Right, exactly, correct. That's what I'm saying. I want to be lookout while they're exploring that room.
Okay, not they. You're still carrying.
Well, no, I'm gonna drop. No. I'm dropping John. John's gonna have to crawl around the room or figure it out. But
okay, John, you're crawling at about at expiration speed, you'd be crawling about 10 feet per minute.
Oh boy.
Well, no. But as far as like actual movement speed, okay, you can crawl. I'll say about 10 feet around. It's actually pretty fast for crawling speed, but fair enough.
Yo, I'm a worm over here.
So you're looking down the hall, watching for the beast to come.
All right, I'm just going to make sure that when it comes, we have enough warning.
You got to reach out for the gem with the musket to try to get it, yeah?
Yep.
The musket passes through the mirror, and you are also pulled through the mirror.
Oh, great.
You now find yourself in a large, null space of pure darkness, with only the glass below you acting as a window back to the world. You can see John crawling on the floor down below.
Okay.
You can see the gem hanging upward on a 5-foot-long thread in front of you.
Well, I wave at John on the floor, and then I try to get his attention. I'm sure he probably noticed me disappear.
John, you look up at the mirror?
Yeah, look up at the mirror.
Okay. And there's nothing in this space, just the gem?
Just the gem hanging up 5 feet from the floor on a thread that seems to be defying gravity.
I want to shoot the mirror.
You're looking up at the mirror.
Fuck you.
You seem to see Hendrik standing there in the mirror, like right in front of the gem. The gem's 5 feet up, hanging up on a 5-foot thread upwards, and he's standing right in front of it, like he could reach out and grab it if he wanted to. You're gonna shoot the mirror?
I'm gonna grab the gem as I see him point the musket at the mirror.
You grab the gem.
I'm just gonna touch it first.
Okay, you can touch it. You can feel it, but it's still held by the thread.
Okay. I don't feel any strange things, anything going on.
It seems like a very valuable gem. Do you have any kind of knowledge? Roll a d6 for that, just to see.
All right. Come on, 1, damn it.
It looks like a very valuable gem anyway. You're not sure how much, but it's worth a lot.
Okay. Well,
John, are you shooting at the mirror?
I'm blasting that shit.
all right, I'm going to grab onto it with both hands so that I'm holding it just in case it has some sort of power to not
You grab the mirror. John fires. You don't have to roll to hit the mirror. It's the entire ceiling. I think you can shoot the ceiling.
Alright.
The mirror shatters.
Fuck.
And you lose your window into the real world as it disappears beneath you, Hendrik. The glass all falls upon you, John, and you take 4 points of damage.
I died. I'm eviscerated.
It literally cuts you into pieces, and you're killed.
I can't leave you alone for 2 seconds. Seriously, bro.
Haquin, you hear this. You hear the gun go off. You hear the mirror shatter.
Oh, okay.
So John, or sorry, not John. Sorry, Hendrik. You are now in null space all around you. You no longer have a view into the real world. All you see is blackness and this gem in your hand.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna hold on to the gem and I guess inspect it, and I'm sure I have all the time in the world to figure out what's going on with this gem.
What do you want to do, Haquin?
First off, I'm gonna look down the corridor.
You don't see the thing coming at the moment.
All right, so I'm gonna
It's almost as if it went a different direction or something.
musket still in hand. I'm gonna run back to the room, and I'm gonna turn to the room.
You see John on the floor, like cut by these massive shards of glass, and
he's dead, right?
He's obviously dead. He's really dead this time.
He's in pieces.
There's no saving him.
Here lies my dear friend John. If only he could have controlled his urges a little bit better.
And you suddenly realize that Hendrik is nowhere to be seen. And there's all these
Hendrik?
shattered shards of glass everywhere.
I'm gonna shout, and I'm gonna like hold my eye up to the gem, and
Hendrik.
I'm gonna, like feel.
This is how it all ends.
See if I can find any pieces of the mirror, anything like that.
You cannot.
Okay.
Hawkwin sees loads of pieces of the mirror, however. You are just in this void, holding this.
Well, I'm in the room. I'm sick in the room. I mean, obviously, at this point, I'm gonna probably at least try to, see to John. And when I mean see to John, I mean see to his possessions.
Yes. John, what possessions do you have?
Specialist tools.
Oh, actually, I can tell you. I have his character sheet.
Yeah, here's my character sheet.
I can probably read it better than he can because I just sent him a picture of it. John has... I don't think he has any money left because I think I spent it all. Let me just check.
And he has no daggers.
Yep, he has a carrot. He has specialist tools, which are very valuable.
I'll take those.
He has a sling.
I'll take the sling for sure.
A pocket full of stones.
Sling and stones, gotcha.
He has a backpack.
Take the backpack.
Inside the backpack, he has 4 sacks that are empty.
Yep.
For treasure hunting, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
He has 10 days of standard rations.
Yep.
He's wearing, although it's pretty much ruined.
Yeah, I'm gonna take his clothes.
Leather armor.
I'm gonna let him die with some. I'm gonna let his corpse rot with some dignity.
He was wearing leather armor, but it's pretty wrecked.
Besides, I have 2 sets of leather armor at this point. I have the one I'm wearing.
Was there anything else that you picked up along the way, Marquise?
My musket.
Oh, he has a musket, which
Does
is...
he have any ammo left for that?
Yeah, he grabbed a whole bag of shot.
Well, I'm gonna take all the ammo. Because obviously I have some ammo too, but I'm gonna just double mine now.
And that's everything he has.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna now that I've eluded my dear friend, I've closed
And
his
there's all these
eyes.
shards of glass in the ground.
Yeah, I've closed his eyes, and I'm sort of kind of just patting his dead, rotting shoulder, kind of mournfully. I generally did like you, John. You and I had a like mind on things. It's so hard to find good people nowadays who just have the enthusiasm for murder that you did. Well, if there is a heaven or a hell, I hope you're rotting in one or the other. And I hope I don't join you very soon. Now, there's Heinrich.
What a lovely eulogy.
You're welcome. Anyway, yeah, I'm going to inspect the room, the glass, the wall. Now I see the wall. The wall is bare and black, yes?
Yeah, the wall...
Oh, I'm sorry, the ceiling.
The ceiling's black.
Right.
It's just ceiling. It's just stone. But
just stone.
There's lots of these fist-sized shards of the mirror lying around.
I gotta inspect the glass then. I mean, there's nothing. I don't see Heinrich's dead body underneath any of the glass.
When
obviously,
you
right?
look into one of the shards of glass, you can see into the null space.
Mm-hmm.
And when this happens, Hendrik, you can see Hawkwin looking at you all of a sudden, as if he's looking at you through a broken mirror.
Okay. I wave at him. I hold the gem up to the...
Hello!
You
Hello,
see him
Heinrich.
waving with this gem in the glass, in the mirror shard you're looking at. You see Hendrik there waving at you.
I nod enthusiastically. Yes, 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 but how do I get you out of the glass?
I try to touch the gem up to the mirror or whatever it is that it looks like to me.
You feel a pulling as if the gem is ready to pass through.
Okay, I hold on to the gem. Can he hear me?
No, he can see you, cannot hear you, and you can see him and cannot hear him.
I'm going to write a message to him, and I'm just going to say, I think I can get out with this gem, but I'm going to wait for a safer place in case it doesn't work. Get us away from the thing. Something like that.
Are you going to keep the shard of glass with you, Hawkwin?
I'm going to write that, whatever you're doing, save it.
Well, I mean, we're perfectly safe right now. I mean, I just checked the corridor. The thing's not there. I mean...
It is.
Yep. John's not a threat.
Okay.
John's dead. The creature's not a threat. So I guess we should just try to figure out how to get out of here. Obviously, I have no... Actually, wait a second. Hold on a second. I think I do have scrolls and something to write with as well on my sheet.
Yeah, you did take those, I remember, so you could write scrolls if you needed to.
Yeah, I did. Okay.
I'm gonna try to push something through first.
What are you going to try to push through?
I guess. Boy, what do I have? Hold on one second.
I fucking love this game, by the way.
I'm gonna push through an iron ration.
Okay, it's like you're pushing it against a glass wall. It just smashes and smears all over your hands. You can't push it through.
So that probably looks pretty funny.
You see him smash a fucking ration of pickled meat up against the glass, basically.
Well,
All right, I try,
like
and my hand doesn't go through either.
No, your hand won't go through unless... Is it your hand with the gem in it?
I'm just gonna try my bare hand.
No, it doesn't go through.
I'm very afraid that the gem will go through, but not me.
Interesting notion.
Yeah, well, gotta watch out. All right, so I guess I'll try one other thing. I'll try one of the musket balls, see if an inorganic thing will go through.
Nope, it does not. It's like
No.
you're pushing it against a glass wall.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm going to write another message. I'm going to say, put together more pieces of the mirror. It might help.
And with that, I'm going to shrug my shoulders, and I'm
There
going to...
there are thousands of pieces of this mirror, man.
Okay.
Really, yes, very great observation.
Yes.
All right, well, before I do anything else, I am going to go back down the hall and just to make sure that it's not filled with slime ooze.
Nope, you don't see it at all.
Okay. And I look clear.
Seems to have gone a different direction.
Okay, I just want to make
Right.
sure I'm not getting eaten. If anyone's going to survive this particular dungeon run, it's Hawkwin. That's the bold statement I'm going to make right now. All right, so I will go back into the room, and I will actually do as my one remaining comrade suggested, which was going to be my suggestion anyway, and put the mirror, try to put a man-sized shape of the mirror together
You can
quickly.
get a few pieces together eventually. It takes you a while. You're working on it, and as you do so, you get a larger reflection of him, but yeah, it's still the same.
Okay, there we go, done. Now, as I put that together, I'm going
Okay.
to speak outside the hall just to make sure we're not getting eaten.
Hold on a second, we're getting really bad feedback through Jess's
Yeah, I hear that now.
microphone.
I don't hear anything. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, it's coming back. It's from your speakers to your microphone. Do you have a pair of headphones or anything? Or?
Yeah, I do. Hold on a sec.
That's what it is. It's just the speakers feeding back through the microphone.
That does happen. And it's always odd hearing my voice in the echo. Echo. Yes, we're 5. It's okay.
It reflects the madness of this fucking.
Yeah, seriously, we're
Love it.
slowly going mad. The night wanes. The dungeon gets worse.
Okay. So I put headphones in. Are we good?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Sounds good now, man.
Sweet.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
just,
so
John dropped from the call.
the headphones were too much.
He'll be back momentarily. He might have just hit the wrong button. So, what were you going to do next, Jess? Sorry.
What I was going to do next. No worries. What I was going to do next is I'm going to take the rope from my pack and I'm going to tie it around my my waist and hold the rope in one hand so that I can, if I get through it all, I can throw that through and hopefully use it to get through the mirror.
Okay, very good.
I'm sorry, I missed that because my.
He's tied the rope around his waist. He's holding one part of it in the other end in his hand with the gem, I presume. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And what are you doing next? Reaching through with the hand with the gem?
I'm gonna try to. Fuck. Can I loop the rope around the gem too?
You can, sure. It's a big
Okay.
gem.
So yeah, I'll try to do that just so that it doesn't slip and it can all get through. So then I try to push the gem through the mirror, and I've got the rope and the gem in the same hand, trying to reach.
The gem slips through the mirror. His hand does not.
Fuck. What about the rope?
The rope does not.
God damn it.
The gem is now in my possession.
It's not yet unless you grab it. It's starting to slip through.
Well, I'm going to grab it then.
Okay, you grab it.
So now touching the gem.
Severs the connection between null space and the real world forever, leaving no hope for those trapped inside.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Wow.
As poor Hendrik is trapped forever in the void, and you now have a fucking beautiful gem worth 1,500 silver pieces, Hawkwind.
Nice. Well, my beauty, my friends are now gone. You and I are all we have in this world. Well then, I suppose now there's only one thing left to do, and try to make it out of here alive.
I feel like a lot of this could have been avoided somehow, but I'm just not sure how.
Well, certain parties perhaps had.
Just before Hawkwind moves on, I'd just like to say to Jess, Hendrik, the trick was if you'd smashed the gem in null space, you would have returned to the real world, and the gem would have gone forever. So it's a question of the treasure or escape, you know?
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, by the way, for the gem.
Only the gem could pass through the portal.
That's okay. Well, in null space, I'm going to light up my little pouch of gunpowder and oil and gunshot and put myself out of my misery.
Yeah, you're probably going mad pretty quickly. Can you imagine? Yeah. It's like a sensory deprivation chamber.
Yeah, those drive me crazy.
So after a minute or two of realizing I'm never getting out, I just suicide bomb it.
Honestly, of all the rooms in this dungeon that I thought would kill 2/3 of the party, this was not the one.
Well, we got lucky, I think, up to this point. But unfortunately, because you know what, guys? Here's the thing. Next time when we play together, and we should play together, guys, both three of us. Next time, I'm never leaving you two out of my sight. This is the thing I've learned from this session. Is never to leave you two alone together. You're bad influences to each other.
I had no choice.
Yeah, you had no choice. Sure you did.
You have this beautiful gem in your hand. You're in this.
And all my ill-gotten gains, but no friends left. Yes.
And have you been taking the map, Hawkwind, or was it only Jess that was doing that?
I don't know. I've been kind of like writing it down on paper here, but I'm sorry. Your list turn, that turn, 90 degrees. This I don't mean geometry. It's late.
I understand, man. I understand. So where do you want to go?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, there was at the end of this hallway. If I left the death room, we call it the death room now. If I leave the death room and go back into the hallway,
and head in the hallway, yeah.
Go all the way to the opposite end of the hallway. There's a stairwell, was there not?
Yes, there was a 10 by 10 foot room with the stairs leading down to the south.
And I could go back, and going back would lead me to hallways, and then there was a flight.
Then yeah.
There was a flight of stairs that went up.
Where you left the creature.
Okay. So. Okay.
So do you go back the way you came and up to where the creature was, or do you go the other way and head down and see where that goes?
Okay.
It's entirely yours.
I think I do want to get. I don't want to go deeper in. Obviously, I'd like to try to go up and out. This is what we're trying to do.
Wouldn't that be nice?
That would be nice. And since I'm the only one left, I will say that I will carefully. I have my torch still, and I have some weapons, and I'm not completely defenseless. So I'm going to carefully, with the torch out in front of me, kind of pointed. I want to make sure it's pointed towards the ground a little bit so that I can actually, see the thing if I see, But I carefully go back down the hallway to the original room we were in, where I saw the stairs leading up.
So would you say you're moving at exploration speed?
I would definitely say that I'm probably moving at the speed that allows me to see things, yes.
120 feet per 10 minutes, yes.
Okay.
I know that's ridiculously slow, but... So you go 5, 10, 15, 20 feet, and you see the angle turning to the right.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the creature slipping down the stairs from above and coming around the corner about 20 feet away from you.
Right. So that's basically where it's hiding. That's basically like its lair, or it knows that I'm trying to
Oh
get
no, it's
out.
moving, but it's moving extremely slowly. It moves
Yeah.
like a quarter of your speed
Right.
at its fastest.
But it's blocking the stairwell up. Yes.
Yes, it is.
So clearly clearly it's intelligent enough to understand that, hey, prey and all, and it's trying to prevent me from going up, or else it's just that's its lair. Like that floor is its lair, and it just happens to sense some movement, and it's just kind of blindly going in instinct. Either way, it's fucking me in the worst.
Seems to be. I'm just going to mute you there a second just because we got the feedback again. Sorry. Nothing personal. You can unmute yourself if you want later, but yeah, just...
Sorry, guys. All right, well...
Yeah, so it's coming slowly in your direction.
I guess then at that
you can
point...
see, like, as you're looking at it, you see arms reaching out from it. You see faces appearing in it.
Yeah. It's huge, too, right? It's not small. It's not small enough for me to sort of quickly dodge and pirouette around it and try to get to...
You want to try to leap over it, kind of thing? Maybe?
No, I wouldn't want to leap over it because if it can manifest
but you can't
arms,
get around it for sure. You could try to leap over it, but
no, I don't feel that lucky. I'll go back the way I came then to the to that hallway where the other stairs went down, and I'll try my luck going down. Perhaps I'll find another way out that way.
Down to the south.
Yeah,
You come to a chamber.
because clearly we can't kill this thing. I dropped a barrel of explosive fucking fluid on it, and it's still alive.
Okay, you come down south, and you still got the green slime trail, but it's not as bad here.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just facing a corridor heading straight south. It goes 5, 10, 15 feet, and it hits a T-junction heading east, west, or south further. To the south, you see stairs leading up. To the east and west, you see stairs leading up.
Huh.
To the east and west, the stairs are about another 10 feet, 15 feet away, whereas the stairs in front of you are only 5 or 10 feet away.
If I went east and up, that sounds like it might be leading me to the floor and the side of the side of it where the sludge monster might be more.
Does it?
Or west is the west. I'm sorry, west.
Does it? I don't know.
No, I'm just trying to rationalize it here.
I know you are. I'm just trying to fuck you up.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Here's the thing. We're democracy, right? So I'm gonna do a roll. So we'll say that means east.
What does that mean? Okay, east.
We're gonna say that means east. We're gonna go east.
You go east, 10 feet down, then you see the stairs heading up. It goes to 12 on the second floor. Pow! Here you go. Okay, now you're looking at another trail, a small trail of slime ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
Heading east, 5, 10, 15, 20 feet, turning 90 degrees to the left, heading north.
Okay.
You go 5, 10, 15 feet, and you're at an L junction. You can turn 90 degrees to the right and head east, or go 10 feet ahead to the north and find another set of stairs leading up.
Okay, I want to continue going up if possible. So how bad is the slime going towards the north?
It's just a minor slime trail. It's not
Minor
too bad.
slime, so we're going to take our chances, head north and up the stairs.
Okay, that takes you to 4 on the first floor, and you are now facing a 10-foot wide by 15 feet deep, 15 feet from south to north, 10 feet from east to west room.
Mm-hmm.
And at the the northwest corner, there is a corridor heading to the west.
And then that's really pretty much my way out is the corridor to the west, yes?
That's the only way out other than going back down the stairs, yes.
And I don't see slime. Do I see any movement?
Nope, you still got the minor slime trail, yep.
But just a minor trail, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're going to go.
So you go to the west, northwest corner, and you head west. You go 5, 10, 15 feet, reach another 90-degree turn to the right. You go 5 feet to the right, which is north, and you hit a T-junction again, so you can go west or north, continue north. Okay. Do you want to go west? And you see a corridor to the west, and you see a huge pile of slime, and you see light, and you can hear the singing of hymns.
All right, so that's leading back essentially towards the church, essentially.
You're pretty sure that that's the room you first came down into. Yep.
Then I can go.
You're now back at the beginning.
I'm back at the beginning now, but I'm blocked off by.
But you're on another side.
Okay.
Or you can continue north, and then you see the tunnel turns to the east. Oh, wait. I need to read something. It looks like there may be something here in the room before there. Let me just double check before we do that. Hope I didn't miss anything. Oh, yeah, sorry. Do you have a
What's in
light
there?
source with you?
Yeah, I've been carrying my torch this whole time, pretty much.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Cool. It's all good.
Why? What do I say?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nope.
Okay, I'm good. Hmm. Okay, I can't. Even if I could somehow talk my way past the villagers, there's no guarantee that I'd make it to the villagers before the slime got me.
Well, there's the whole thing of the 20-foot climb that you'd have to make along a sheer wall with nothing to climb.
Yeah, I mean, I have a rope, but there's with no way to catch the rope to anything, and
Do you have a grappling hook?
I don't believe I do.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, like I said, I didn't plan that carefully with it. I assumed any use of the rope would be to be like tied off to something.
I understand completely. You did.
Rappelling. I was thinking rappelling, like when we could have escaped from the roof earlier and made it all out alive.
Believe me, I am not judging you.
Well, I think Hawkwood will, after his first adventure experience, he will rethink his supplies and his strategies a little bit.
Of course, if he survives.
If he makes it out of this fucking dungeon. I'm gonna head back north. I'm sorry. Let's stop barricading here. We're gonna head back. We're gonna hit the north way. I don't want to tangle with the entire village and the slime. I'm alone.
Head north and then east on the other corridor.
And we're gonna at least see what we can see. Meanwhile, what I might just do is I do have the ability to mark things off, so I might just mark off where I'm going at this point. Just at least you leave myself a little like a little symbol, so I know that I came this way later on.
That's a good call.
Yeah. Now that I'm this close to an exit, I'd leave
it's been a long time since anybody marked anything.
Yeah. Well, most people who were doing that are dead now. So.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, let's do it. What do we say?
Okay, heading north and east. Sorry, I just had to pause for a moment there while I poured myself another drink. Okay, you turn east 90 degrees and you go 5, 10, 15 feet and you're into another corridor, again, a mirrored corridor. It's 15 feet from south to north and it's 10 feet wide. Mm-hmm. And at the northeast corner, there's a set of stairs leading down.
So my options are to go back down in the dungeon.
Or go back the way you just came from, or go back to the main chamber where you first came in. Oh, but hold on. Let me just double check. There's a marking here. Ironically, I just want to say, there's treasure caches all over this dungeon, and you guys have not come across a single one.
No, we did come across, other than the death room with the ruby, which I do have now, so at least I'm going to get paid for this journey. Everyone else is dead, so no one can enjoy it with me. I'll have to find some new murderous friends. All right, fuck it. You know what? We still got...
I'm just saying, though, there's actual little treasure caches that you guys have not come across any yet.
Well...
But here in this room, I believe there's 30 of them, I think. Mm-hmm. In this room, though, this 15-foot from, like I said, from south-north and 10-foot wide room, 10 glass globes the size of a human head and painted white hang from the ceiling.
That's nice. So it's another death room, in other words.
No, I'm just saying you got 10 glass globes hanging from the ceiling.
And there's, what, a stairwell leading down. That's it, right?
Yep, a stairwell leading down, which is in the northeast corridor heading north.
And what's the floor like? It's not...
Wait, is it heading north? I'll check if I'm on the wrong page. The floor is all stone.
Stone. So it's really just the ceiling that has the weird artifacts on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna All right. Well,
the glass globes are large enough. They look like they could contain things. You don't know for sure, though.
Yeah,
they are not. what is it called? They're opaque. Is that
Yeah,
you can't see through
right.
them?
They can't see through them. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not going to worry about the globes unless I see them move or glow or start
No,
doing
they're
things.
not moving or anything. No.
So I'm going to risk it. I'm going to risk it to find a safer, hopefully maybe perhaps find a safer exit. I will go down the stairwell at the end of this room, down to the downstairs again into the dungeon, and see what I see.
These stairs kind of turn, and now you're facing south.
Mm-hmm.
And you're moving at exploration speed.
Yes.
You find a section on the wall on the right-hand side of you, which would be the western part of the wall, that it seems strange. It feels weird when you touch on it, almost like it's hollowed out behind it.
Right.
Like almost like a secret door or something.
Yeah.
And then also you have a corridor continue on to the south in front of you, or you can turn left and go to the left, which would be east.
What's my slime trail like?
It's a medium slime trail, just the normal slime trail as far as you can tell. Oh yeah, but it does turn here, so you can roll a d12. Yep. Nope, you don't see the slime monster or hear it anywhere.
Okay. And I'm facing this hollowed out door?
No. There's a corridor ahead of you heading straight. There's a corridor to your left heading east, of course. And then on the right side, you can feel like part of the wall is strange, like it's hollowed out or something.
Oh, well, let's try to smash it open then. Screw it.
It takes you a turn to do so, but you can open it up and you find, I need to roll a d30. Oh. You find inside this door, part of the wall that breaks open, you find 89 silver pieces.
Yay. Okay. 89 silver pieces. And nothing else.
That's the first treasure cache that you found.
Yeah, well, now the ruby and the treasure cache, I'm up, almost 1,600 quid on this fucking misadventure.
If you ever get out of here alive, yes.
If I ever get out of here alive. All right, so I have two ways of going, like left or right?
Left or right, yeah. Straight ahead, you can see you can go another 10 feet, and then it turns to the left and continues straight.
Okay. I am going to mark at this point, and I'm going to head to the right towards that area.
Okay, so you mean straight or to the left? Sorry.
I'm sorry, straight. It's straight. Yes, I'm sorry. It's not straight.
And then there's a turn to the left, or you can continue straight. And then you also realize, like 5 feet ahead, there's another turn to the left.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very, very confusing and strangely shaped room.
Mm. Well, let's continue straight from the moment then.
Okay. So you continue straight, and there's another turn to the left. It's like this little wall in between, and then there's two corridors passing on each side of that wall on the left heading east.
Okay, so just follow the corridors then heading east.
So as you walk along them, you realize they both kind of go 20 feet down, turn south, then go 20 feet west. They're just dead ends. It's just this weird little maze thing that somebody set up. It's a pain in the ass.
So basically I'm just going to backtrack my way.
Okay. And then you can head back north the way you came, or you can head south.
Mm-hmm.
We have not yet gone.
Let's try south.
So you go another 10 feet. You're still moving at exploration speed.
Indeed.
You find another strange cache on the right, another one of these hollowed out parts of the wall. Do you want to take the time to smash it open?
These Catholics were fucked mentally, I swear. Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay, that's a 21. You find a D4 potions. Let me just check. You find 4 potions.
Okay.
And you find 2 scrolls.
2 scrolls. Okay. Now Hawkwind's starting to slowly, the blood's starting to pump back into his body. His heart's starting to flutter. The excitement is boiling in his loins as he finds scrolls. The first magical thing he's seen this entire misadventure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any way of identifying the potions. Yes.
Well, you could take a small sip of a potion to try and figure out what it does. You'd have to drink the whole potion to get the full effect.
Sure.
Do you want to do that?
We're going to save that for the moment. Now the scrolls, on the other hand, I can read the scrolls without or well, I can't at this point because I used my spell for the day. But I could read the scrolls with read magic later to determine what they are. Yes.
True.
Hey, at this juncture, just as a quick aside for rule's sake, you can learn spells from scrolls in this game, can you not?
Yes, you can. You can
So you
copy
can
them into your spellbook. When you copy a scroll into your spellbook, the scroll is expended, though.
Correct, but you at least know the spell and you can memorize it like you would
Exactly.
a normal spell, right?
You can copy it
So,
into your book.
so I'm going to discreetly secrete those into one of the many packs and sacks that I have now. Thank you, John. And
Just keep it written down there anyway that you found 4 scrolls.
I am. I don't know what they are.
4 potions.
And I don't know what they are. Yeah. I'm just keeping track of it. I'm keeping track of all the booty. I have this piece of paper starting to get a little. I'll have to switch that out later. All right. So I guess we can continue forward then, right? Or we have to go back.
No, you have reached. You can now turn 90 degrees to the left, which would be east, or you can head back.
Let's try east. I'm feeling lucky so far, so I'm fucking east.
I'm just writing down the treasure you found real quick.
Yep.
Okay, just for my own purposes, because I have to roll randomly to see what they are. Okay, right. So you head east. You go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet, and you reach a T-junction. You can head north or south. And the slime trail, is still kind of a medium trail.
Medium trail only in both directions.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. Sorry.
Yeah.
Trail leading in 2 different directions. I gotta roll D12.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, okay. So odd or even. I'll roll odd or even. Even. You see the slime creature coming from the south.
From the south, and obviously slowly. So I have
in your direction. Yes.
I have chances to react. All right.
Yes.
So obviously that makes my decision for me. I was going to go north anyway, so let's go north.
You head north. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and the trail diverges here, heading left, which is west, or continuing north. Roll a intelligence.
Thank God. I don't know. I better friggin' D20 for that, and I get a +1 to that, so it's what it counts as 13, right, or whatever, or
what's that?
How does that work?
You get a +1 to what? Oh, for your intelligence? No.
Yeah.
Just roll your intelligence.
Just roll it. Just straight up. Straight up. Got it. I understand.
You don't want to roll higher than your score.
Got it. You want to roll lower as soon as the roll appears.
Did, right?
Yeah, I did. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, if you head left from the sense of direction, you know that you'd be heading back to where you just came from. This is basically you've reached the northeast corner of that room with the weird maze in the middle of it.
Sure. Okay.
So you want to head north?
So north would lead me out, and
would lead you further somewhere else. If you head left, you're going to head back to those stairs that you came down to get here in the first place.
Right, which is it's kind of circular reasoning at this point because there's clearly some sort of a circular path because every time I kind of turn towards one way, the slime thing appears essentially. So I'm going to go the opposite way of where I came from, or opposite from where I was. I'm going to go north. That's north,
5,
right?
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 feet until you reach a L junction, which turns to the left, which is west.
Yep.
And there's another treasure cache in front of you.
Oh, yay. I should have more than enough time to pierce it. Yes?
You do, yeah, because the creature is quite slow.
It's slow, and I'm quite ahead of it now again. Okay, yeah, go for it.
You already opened treasure cache 1 and treasure cache 21. Now, roll D30. You get treasure cache number 20. You find one more scroll.
Sweet. I'm going to have a field day with reading scrolls after this. Okay. Let's continue.
Okay, so you turn left. You're heading west. You go 5, 10, 15, 20 feet, and you're at an L junction. You can either a T junction. You can either continue straight to the west, or you can turn left, which seems to lead to some kind of a room.
Let's head to the room. Let's do
You
it.
have torches, yes?
I've been lit up, yeah. Mm-hmm.
How many torches do you have?
I had 10.
Okay, you now have 9. You have to light another torch.
That's fine. That's acceptable.
So if you head left, you go 5, 10 feet, and you're in a 15 feet from west to east and a 10 foot from north to south room. Let me just read this room. In the southeast corner of this room, you see a small marble stopper plugged into the floor.
No. Okay. What can I do to attempt to inform my decisions here? Okay, so it's this little marble stopper, yes?
Mm-hmm.
That's all I see.
That's all you see.
And I have no way of ascertaining what it is or what it can do or anything.
No, you don't.
Okay. Well, Hawkwin might be sociopathic towards his fellow man, but he's quite keen about his own preservation on.
Uh-oh.
To his fellows. So I guess I'll go back out of this room and back towards the other junction.
Continue west.
Yep.
5, 10, 15.
I got to jet out, Ian, so I'll see you later, man.
40, 45,
Later,
50.
man.
No problem, man. Take it easy.
Great
Enjoy
game.
your other game. Sorry you died.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. Thanks for hosting.
You go about, I can't even remember what I counted now, about 40 feet, anyway, maybe 50 feet, and you reach a set of stairs heading up.
Boom. Up the stairs we go.
Up the stairs you do go. Where does that bring you out? There. Okay, this is lovely. 15 feet from east to west as you're facing now, and 10 feet from north to south, you have a small slime trail. The room only leads out to the southwest. If you go that direction, you can go 5, 10, 15 feet, and then you're looking at another L junction. You can turn west. You go another 5 feet, you can hear the chanting of hymns to the south, or you can continue along this heavy slime trail to the west and north. And you hear the slime creature coming from the northwest.
So my options are back down or out towards the.
You can either go back back towards the the entrance chamber,
Okay.
or continue northwest towards the creature.
Well, you know what? It doesn't seem like I have a lot of options. You know, we've already tried this dance once before. For days, weeks, months even, and it's never get out because it doesn't sound like these villagers are going away anytime soon. It sounds like they're going to chant at him, and I have no way of getting out once I'm in there anyway.
You've been down here for a few hours, but yeah, they're still there chanting in hymn and singing their hymns.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I have powder. I have a loaded musket. My weapons, my rapier and my dagger. I have these unknown scrolls, and I have the will to survive. Fuck. All right, I guess.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I forgot something. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine.
Before you get to that point where you hear the slime creature coming from the northwest.
Sure.
And I apologize, I skipped something on this room.
That's fine.
The first room you came up the stairs to.
Yeah.
Around the perimeter of this room, 3 feet off the ground, you see a series of small holes, exactly 3 inches apart.
Mm-hmm.
There are 280 holes total.
Mm-hmm.
Each of them, thumb-sized, is 6 inches deep.
Mm-hmm.
And the glint of some shiny thing can be seen at the end of each hole if examined carefully. Each of them is a coin, and you reckon you could probably fish it out if you took the time to do so.
But unfortunately, I don't have the time to do so.
So you skip it and you move on back to where we were. Okay, just to say. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm assuming that as we've gotten, we've already noticed a slime creature, and although there's shiny glinting things, I'm too concerned with the slime creature and what I'm going to do. Yes, also, as Jesse just mentioned, yeah, touching things gets you killed in this dungeon. So.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, not at all. Here's the question.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a thought. I've seen the slime creature now 3 or 4 times since we had the battle with it earlier. Is there any way for me to ascertain from those encounters, from those additional encounters, its current state? I mean, do I have any idea of what it takes to kill this thing? I mean, at this point, I've already doused it in fire.
As far as you can see, nothing has seemed to harm it in any kind of significant way.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, I can Alamo it here with the slime monster, or I can Alamo it back with the townsfolk.
Or you could continue on and go back into the dungeon and, you know.
And see, the thing is, the problem with that, and as Hawkwin is standing here sort of analyzing his situation, you know, going back down to the dungeon is just going to, lead me in a circular manner? You know, we've kind of gone in circles twice now, you know.
Pretty much, although there have been lots of different twists and turns. I mean, you could theoretically go different directions, although you've returned to this area at least a few times, although...
Twice now, yeah,
when you first came down here, you guys went west.
Yeah.
Then you came back from the south.
Right.
And then you came back from the east, and now you're coming back from the north, so you've worked your way around it.
Yeah.
Although you might, you know, in theory, to continue exploring further, you probably want to go exactly in the northwest direction, which is the direction that the creature is currently coming from.
Yeah, fuck it. This is what we're gonna do. I don't have any other really good options, and Hawkwin at this point is, you know, it's do or die. He's gonna straighten his plain brown coat, make sure his collar is nice and straight, and dust his boots off from the slime and muck, and secure his belongings tight. And he's gonna soldier forward slowly. We're gonna see if there's any other way we could do this smartly. If not, we're gonna have to stand and fight, I suppose. But let's see if we can't do this smart.
You come to a room that's 15 feet wide by 10 feet north to south.
Right.
And you see the creature oozing towards you.
Mm-hmm.
You reckon, and you see more stairs beyond it heading down.
Mm-hmm.
You think you could try to make some kind of an acrobatic maneuver or whatever to try and to get past it, or you could try to fight it, or you could turn and flee.
All right.
Now, fighting it, like I said, so far we haven't done anything. I mean, our best slowed down. It doesn't seem bothered by anything you've done. So
I mean, our best move was we had the IED and then we had the barrel, and things that you would imagine might have harmed it did nothing. So
it did drive it away.
Yes. Right. I mean, and all I have is my piddling torch, and maybe I could put together some sort of IED with the gunpowder and a little bit of oil I have, but because I have a little bit of oil for myself, obviously, from earlier that I didn't use in the barrel, but yeah, I don't think that's necessarily the way to go. So we're saying, Ian, that we have to pull Indiana Jones and take a leap of faith. That's what we're saying, eh?
Did you say leap?
Leap of faith? Isn't that what that is?
Yeah. Perhaps.
Because an acrobatic move would be obviously the only way. I can't really dance around it.
Yeah, I haven't even looked ahead yet to see where the map goes from here. But
well,
I can tell you that in this room that you're standing in,
yeah,
you can see from your torchlight that there's something scrawled on the west wall behind the creature. Looks like dried blood, and it's written in English. You see letters.
And but I can make it to that and then dart down the stairs if I leaped over it. Yes.
You could certainly try to. You're pretty smart. You might be able to memorize what it says before you leap down the stairs.
Yeah. All right. Now, let me ask you this: is this one of the 1d6 checks, or do I actually get to roll a stat to do this? Because if
I would you roll a stat, man. It'd be an intelligence. But I have to roll.
But I have to roll less.
Intelligence check to try to memorize the writing on the wall.
Right.
Run away from.
But the leaping would be a dex or a strength roll.
Oh, that would be. Jumping is usually a strength roll, although you could probably argue dexterity.
No, because my dex is 7, my strength is 12.
I mean, you can make a dex check if you want. I'm cool with it.
No, dex would be worse in this case because it's 7, right?
Sounds good to me. Dex.
No, Dex is bad, right?
I'm just teasing you. Yeah, strength is good. Go ahead.
Dex is bad. It's bad. No,
Yeah, you can make a strength check to make your athletic jump.
Okay.
Now, what's
All
going to
right.
happen is I'm going to have you roll a d20.
Yeah. Okay.
If you make your strength check, you can leap over the creature.
Yeah.
In
And then
a
I got to make another
beautiful athletic
D20
way.
to do the intelligence with the.
If you fail, then I'm going to let the creature take an attack at you as you jump over it.
Okay.
You'll jump over it, but it might get an attack on you. And if it takes you down, it's going to envelop you.
Of course, and then that's the end of Hawkwind, and at least he died last. Okay. Jesse, folks at home, wish me luck. This is the D roll. This is the D20 roll of all D20 rolls right here, guys. This is the big one. Yes!
You leap over it.
Yes!
You get
Fuck
past
you,
it. You look at the
slug
wall.
beast!
Roll your intelligence check.
Yes, yes, fucking beast, fuck you. All right. Oh, well, I fucked that up. All right. Well, whatever. I'll take it. I'm at least alive. So yeah, my intelligence roll, obviously, wasn't able to memorize it. Well, do I get anything out of it though?
You get something out of it. You see DWDESUS, and that's all you get.
I'm sorry, what? D, W,
D
D,
E
E, S.
SUS.
So I'm guessing if I were to interpret that, the only way that you really could interpret that would be down, west, down, east, south.
Up,
But
south. Yeah.
Yeah, well, DWDES, right?
Yeah, and you got US on the end. You forgot the last two letters, yeah. But,
Oh, there's a US.
but you only saw, honestly, maybe 20% of it. That's all
Right,
you got.
right. So, okay, there was two more at the end, too. So it was DWDESUS, yes?
Yep, that's what you saw.
That's what I saw. So that's some
The
vague...
stairs are in front of you. The creature's turning around, flailing around with its pseudopodal arms. And
obviously I'm going to just jump down the stairs and get out of dodge while getting's good.
Down the stairs you go. That's 4 down orange. Where the fuck is 4 orange? Okay, here we go. Slime trail here is really thick.
Well, yeah, obviously, but we know that it's behind
You're
us,
heading
so...
west. You go west another 10 feet, and the corridor turns to the right 90 degrees to the north, and there's more stairs leading down.
All right, let's continue down.
So 9, I think that's orange. Okay, down to the next level. Boom, okay, here you go. So you come downstairs, and 5 feet in front of you there's a wall, and it turns 90 degrees to the right, heading east. The
Okay.
slime trail, again, is extremely thick.
Makes sense, because
Only
this
one
is
way to
clearly...
go.
Yep.
It goes 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet, and then the slime trail turns 90 degrees to the right, heading up, and which is south, up, or you can continue straight along the east.
Well, it says south, so let's go south.
You turn south and go up the stairs to 9, the next level back up. Brings you out here. Okay, and you're facing a long trail to the south.
Okay.
You go 5, 10, 15 feet, and there's another one of those hollow depressions on the wall to the right.
Oh, yeah, let's try that then.
Okay. You find tell you exactly what you find in 2 seconds here. Ah. You find 1 potion and 86 silver pieces.
Got it. And I'm still heading south now, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So now this comes to the end of our directions, unfortunately.
Mark off where are the other ones that you found. Ah, well, it doesn't matter.
I
So you
believe it
continue
was...
south.
Mhm.
5, 10, 15, 20 feet. Suddenly the slime gets really thick again.
Right.
25, 30, 35 feet. You find another depression on your left.
Sure.
You find a scroll.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I'm going to scroll number 8. Okay, cool.
Okay. So,
It continues to only go south, and it's really thick slime trail. 5, 10.
do I have any other way to go? I mean, really, it's only
25,
south, right?
30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55 more feet, and there's another depression on the right in which you find a very valuable looking jewel.
Okay. What color?
You would call it amethyst.
Got it. Very nice color. Okay.
And 2 scrolls.
2 more scrolls.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Continue south, 10 feet ahead of you, you see stairs leading up.
Well, let's just head up and see where
And
we
the
lead.
slime trail starts to reduce, and you head up. Man, what color is that? I think it's blue. Heading up is this way. 5 blue. There you go. Okay. And the slime trail is thick again. And it just continues south. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 feet, and it turns 90 degrees to the right, which is west. And there's another depression on your left-hand side. This one contains 1D100. There's my D100. Contains 73 silver pieces. I've been rolling really well on these D100s for you.
Yeah, really, right?
And it turns, like I said, 90 degrees to the east. You
Well,
go
if Hawkwood makes it out of here, he's going to be rich and having some extra spells. But
5, 10 feet, and then you can either turn 90 degrees right to the north to stairs leading down, or you can go straight ahead.
let's try straight ahead.
Straight ahead, about 10 feet ahead of you, you see another turn to the left, and you can continue straight ahead. 5, 10 feet ahead. Yeah, I need to mark off these. Damn it, I need to mark off these treasure caches. Hold on a second. You came down here. You got that one. You got that one. You got that one. There was nothing there. Okay, let's go backwards. Okay, yeah, there. This is back up to here. Back up to here. Just want to make sure I'm just marking these off, okay, for the future. Okay, great. So now, where have we left you? Where did I leave you?
Poor Hawkwood just wandering around, hoping in vain.
So you got to this junction. You can go straight ahead, or you can turn left into a room.
Straight ahead or left into a room. Okay, well, it doesn't seem like the slime creature's on my tail, and I'm feeling a bit.
Seen it for a while, no.
Okay.
And there's no
feeling
slime trail here at all.
Oh, okay. So we're clearly in someplace different then. I'm feeling a bit more confident. I will peek into the room on the left.
The ceiling is covered with flecks of crystal which shine when any light is cast on them.
Okay.
I need you to make a save versus magic.
Oh, joyous day. And that's based on whatever my saving throw is, right? So it's going to be lower than that.
This room is 10 feet from north to south as you're looking into it, and it's 15 feet wide from west.
So I got to roll less than a 14.
No, you want to roll high. You want to roll high on saving throws.
Oh, no, on saving throws you want to roll high. Okay. So I got to roll 14 or higher. Okay.
Let's see. Nothing.
Oh, just slightly under.
Okay. You go blank. And now I need to roll d12. Okay. So you go blank, and you don't remember anything. And all of a sudden, you snap to it when you realize you've been singing a song for as long, you don't even know how long. You've been singing some weird song, a language you don't even know. And you turn around and look back, and you see the slime creature right behind you. Roll initiative.
Okay.
You're
What's initiative?
trapped. You've got the room behind you. The creature is blocking you off in the corridor behind you. Initiative is
Right.
D6.
And I have no way of trying to leap over or anything like that in this case.
Well, you might be able to if you get initiative.
If I get
Try
the
again.
initiative right.
Yeah, I'd let you try.
How does initiative work in this particular?
High goes first on a D6. Equal numbers go simultaneously. The creature got a 5, so it goes first.
Clearly.
It attacks you with a pseudopod, and I rolled a 9, so that's going to miss, I'm sure.
Well, you need to know my AC. Is that it?
Well, is it 9 or lower?
No, it's like 14 or whatever it is.
Yeah, you're fine.
13. I'm sorry.
It misses you
Okay.
horribly.
All right. So my options are fight it or try to do the leap of faith again.
Mm-hmm.
Leap of faith and then run down the hallway. So we believe that it was just the left turn of the room was the bad idea, and then running.
Do you want to go the other way?
Well, basically, exactly correct.
Okay,
All right.
Roll
Let's
the leap
let's
over
just
it.
try the leap of faith thing again because I
Let's
can't
think
fight
there.
this thing. I can't see what it is. Give me a second.
Oh, a 19.
It's
You
fucking
failed.
terrible.
It hits you automatically
Okay.
for 6 points of damage.
Yeah, I'm dead. All right.
It clubs you and knocks you down right on top of it,
Yeah.
and it begins to envelop you
Yeah.
and all of your treasure.
Well, whatever. We're dead. So treasure go away now. Bye bye, Hawkwind. It was
By
nice
the way,
knowing you.
just
Yeah.
to let you know, Hawkwind, had you made it to the left, you would have gone 20 feet and reached a dead end. It was a dead end at the end of that tunnel to the left.
Okay. All right.
So, in which case, you'd have been making another leap of faith. To
Right.
Try to leap over it again, heading
Right.
back the way.
Either way, I was trapped essentially.
You were pretty trapped, unless you'd gone to the right instead, in which case you could have gone back the way you kind of came.
Right. Of course. Right. All right. Well, that's fine.
But unfortunately, the god that crawls has begun to consume you.
Yeah. Well, say la vie.
Poor Hendrik is trapped. Well, he's probably killed himself
He killed himself earlier.
in the endless void.
Yeah. And then John's body's rotting in the ground beneath him. But yeah, there you go.
So, wow, I'd be interested to see how this turns out for the campaign group if they do it.
I would be interested to know the result.
I think I will just keep track of what you've picked up along the way, and I will. I've got all your treasure written down here. So if they happen to come across your body, which I'll now mark on the map here. Oops, I just broke the fuck out of my pencil. If they find that, they'll find all the treasure you picked up. If they don't,
Well, at least if they find my body, then at least my body gave them a good time.
that sounds disturbingly disgusting.
Oh my!
So okay, that is the end of this treasure hunters attempt at the god that crawls. Given the result, because I wanted to wait until I see how it turned out. Given the result, I will definitely try this again with the campaign group, much to their detriment.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, I'd be curious to see if how many of them make it out,
If any.
if any.
But yeah, I just ran. This is just a module for Lamentations of the Flame Princess called The God That Crawls. I ran it by the book, pretty much.
Oh, is this an actual module?
Yeah, this is a legitimate module, a printed module.
Oh wow. Okay.
Let me turn my camera back on.
Yeah, it's kind of a neat module.
I've had my camera off because I tend to do
Connections.
better with this stuff.
Yeah.
Not only to connections, but also I tend to do better with this stuff when I'm not like looking at myself.
Oh, gotcha.
You know, it makes it easier for me to read things.
So it's called The God That Crawls, right?
Here you go. Here it is.
I'm gonna write that down.
The God That Crawls, written by I think it's written by James Raggi himself.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
In that
Yeah,
book,
it is written by James Raggi.
in that book, is it also taking place in England or
It is, yeah.
in the 17th century?
It is indeed.
Oh wow, okay. Now, because again, you have to understand this is my first taste of Lamentations in the wild, and I watch recaps for it. But so it does both medieval, like pseudo fantasies, real world. It can do pretty much anything then.
Yeah, it all depends on how you want to go about it. Like he's kind
Okay,
of gone around with different settings over different years,
sure.
different interpretations of his rule setting. This is, I think, the third edition, basically, of Lamentations because, and actually, I don't even know when this book was written. This might have been written during the second edition, because
Right.
there was Lamentations of the Flame Princess Deluxe Edition, I think it was called. Then there was Lamentations of the Flame Princess Grindhouse Edition, which is when he went more from fantasy to the kind of historical setting. And
Right.
now we're on like the third kind of, maybe the third one's called Deluxe. My first one might have just been Lamentations of Flame Princess. I'm still confused myself,
Gotcha.
but yeah, it's only since the second edition that he decided to go with more of a historical world kind of setting.
hmm Okay. Right.
Most of it's set in the 17th century, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, like
That's the standard.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm making a comment, I personally probably would prefer this sort of game in a more, if it's going to have these really like sort of higher fantasy elements in it, I'd probably prefer it to have more of a fantasy setting. But I think that this idea works great as sort of like an Indiana Jones Mummy Returns style sort of thing, but maybe like de-magicked a little bit, basically making it a little more of a straight game. Or if it's going to be magicked, a little less of the more D&D conventions to it, like, the spells being a little bit more modern, that sort of thing. Just if you're going to reinterpret it and make it into our setting, into our world, I'd probably reinterpret it, the systems myself a little bit. But it's a really cool module. I mean, obviously, I'm a little annoyed and upset at the result. I was hoping for one more good leap of faith. But I definitely really enjoyed the module. I didn't realize, I thought that was all you, and I was going to say in my recap and to you at the end, that really impressed, but you ran it really well, though, and that the level of detail the module gives you is it's interesting, because I don't do dungeon crawls very much myself, so I thought that was interesting
Honestly, I've avoided dungeon crawls for probably 20 years, man, because ever since like late second edition stuff, I've been running homebrew campaigns and stuff like that. Dungeon crawls is kind of something that I haven't revisited for a long time.
I haven't done one since I was a kid. So
this particular module is something I've been kind of building towards for my players in the campaign. In fact, it was kind of the first adventure hook I gave them the first session, but although I ran that through another thing beforehand. But, it's just, what does it say here? A murdering cult, a religious order dedicated to protecting sacred history, an ancient catacomb full of danger and reward. The God That Crawls, an adventure for characters of levels 1 to 2 for use with Lamentations of the Flame Princess, weird fantasy role-playing, and other traditional role-playing games. So, I mean, you could run this in.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I would love to run it if it was like more hardcore, straight-up fantasy, but bullshit that it's level 1 to 2. Bullshit
for everyone to die.
Yeah, seriously. 1 to 2 if you want total player fucking kills.
Well, this one was written by James himself, James Edward Raggi IV, and he is written in 2012, so that's probably well before this edition came out too. But he is known for being a bit
diabolical. Got it.
But
well, Ian, it was a pleasure. I think it's the first time you and I have actually got to play together.
It is the first time. I hope it won't be the last.
No, it absolutely won't be the last. I really enjoyed it. I really appreciate you inviting me into this Lamentations game, and I'm really curious to see and hear the result of your full campaign and how they handle the dungeon. I think perhaps they might go into it a little bit better prepared, a little bit less. The thing is on us now. And they won't die in the death room. They won't die in the death room, I don't think.
I'm not entirely sure, because I mean they're not going to have any knowledge of this anyway. Because this video for now, I'm going to keep it as unlisted.
Right, but I don't think they have the same murderous devil may care attitude that we do.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah, so I think maybe that might help them a little bit. But good luck to them, and again, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No problem, man. And thanks for playing, Jess. sorry, you died kind of early on. Not quite as early as the other guy though.
Well, I think they died at the same time technically.
Pretty much.
No, actually, no, slightly. No, he died slightly before you. That's right.
True.
But yeah. So sorry we couldn't get you out of the null space, but.
Man, I could tell you all kinds of things, and I will after I turn this video off. But there's
good.
a lot of crazy shit in here. So
Okay. Well,
in the meantime, I'll just end this video.
Let's end this call, guys.
And
Okay.
I will publish this video after when I'm running the other group through. Basically, as soon as I start running them, I'll publish this. So
yeah, you can publish me wandering around for an hour like an asshole. Be like, where am I? Oh God! So yeah, that's how it ended, guys. So just spoiler. Anyway, thank you.